Hello again, Struck Up. Welcome back to another day of streaming Torchlight 3. Today I'm starting for the first time to use my new microphone and audio interface. So if my voice is not loud enough, let me know. I will try to do my best to make it loud enough. It's my first time testing this new equipment. So I've tried to position the microphone in a decent way where it would pick up the sounds, but if it's not picking up my voice loud enough, do tell me if my voice is too quiet compared to the game, or the other way around, if it's too loud compared to the game volume. Again, I'm gonna try and make sure that it's working well, but if it's not, wouldn't mind that feedback. Today we will be continuing this Bane Master and the Bane Train Railmaster, and we would keep trying to farm. I will actually switch to ridiculous today. I promised I will be doing ridiculous today on it. So yeah, I'm testing the new equipment and I hope my voice is loud enough. I mean, I was recording myself earlier today just to test how loud my voice is with the new equipment, and I think it's loud enough, but if someone says that they wouldn't mind me increasing the volume, I can do so. There is some room to increase. Like now I increased it, now I decreased it. I think that should be a good level. It's not going within the reds, it's barely touching the yellows as well, so that should be fine. So yeah, let's keep farming on this Bane Train Railmaster, this time on ridiculous. I hope I don't get my ass kicked too much, because my defenses were terrible yesterday, and I managed to patch them up. So they might not be perfect defenses, but at least I can survive a little, I hope, without getting one shot from basic mobs. We'll see. I mean, it's better than having a few thousand XP. I have like a couple 3,000, tens of thousands. So 30,000, I think, yeah. 30,000 physical, which is 41% damage prevented from anything, and I've got some resistances in the others. I mean, ideally I would want everything to be over 60% damage prevented, ideally. But this is a good starting point, I guess, for farming. Let's upgrade this for more defense, for example. Let's do this. Nice, perfect. Now this is... It's getting better, it's getting better. I'm gonna get rid of those. I'm losing crit damage, but I'd rather survive. The damage will come eventually. Shit, is there really no place to put this? Let's get rid of this Wobby focus item. So, yeah, if anyone wants to group up and farm together, as well, let me know. I still have to replace this with a high level version. I have to replace this with a high level version. This is pretty close enough, but I want to replace this with the blue one, and I want to replace this with a high level version of my Cosmic Hell. So there are things we need to replace. But at least I replaced my shield, and now I'm using a decent shield. Alright, anything I can put here? Anything I can put here? And let's do some Fuzzier. Well, I'm gonna choose one of the double HP. I'm just gonna choose the zombies rather than the automatons. I just hope I don't get the broken quest. I hope I don't get the broken quest. And again, if you can't hear me, I wouldn't mind some feedback. It's hard for me to tell whether my voice is loud enough or not. I mean, I can enable to hear it myself. What does the wardrobe? The wardrobe is basically a place where you can put secondary sets or just spare items. The thing is, wardrobes are class specific. You can't access a Railmaster wardrobe on a Sharpshooter or a Dusk Mage or a Bane. And on my Railmaster I cannot access my Sharpshooter wardrobe. So you can put full sets if you want. You can have full sets altogether of just armor, or full sets of armor and weapon / offhand, and just quickly replace them. For example, let's say you have farmed so much that you now have one set for fire, one set for poison, one set for electric defense, and you want to just switch between them, knowing what content you're gonna do between those sets. But the thing is, the way it's designed right now, even in maps with mostly electric monsters, it doesn't mean that those electric monsters won't have some blazing modifiers or some plague bearer or acidic end modifiers with poison. So yeah, like now I'm doing some boring plague bearer stuff, even though it's a fire map. And see, there's the lightning, perfect timing to see that there's things that can be lightning and fire and poison at the same time. But you can keep in one wardrobe, you can keep some spare weapons, and in another you can keep some spare offhand with. So for example, in one wardrobe you can have your two-handed weapon, in another you can have a weapon and a shield, on another one you can have a weapon and a focus. You can just keep some spares there. So yeah, it's extra storage. Honestly, it's just extra storage, and that's the thing I put the most in my fort. I really don't care about the other fort decorations. The thing I care the most about is utility when it comes to my fort, functionality, and I really care about wardrobes, about storage. I wish we had more shared stash tabs. 9 stash tabs is just not enough. We used to have 10, but now they changed it, and we can get another one. But maybe later on they would add more ways to get extra stash tabs, who knows. Because stash tabs are much better than wardrobes because, well, first it can hold more things than a single wardrobe can, and second you can access the shared stash tab on any hero, which is probably the biggest bonus of it. Joshua says, we can hear you. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you very much for that. Again, I'm using a new equipment. sorry for that. So yeah, I'm using new equipment, audio interface and a microphone and my mic stand, my microphone arm. So I'm still getting used to it. Still getting used to where to keep the microphone. I've decided to keep it above my head. Above my monitor, above my head. Just a moment, I muted myself for a second to cough. I had a lot of, I had like a very big dinner before streaming, and I guess I filled my belly too much. But yeah, that's it about wardrobes. I love them. It's my favorite thing in the forts. There's some bugs, by the way. There's some bugs where you can't equip certain class specific items in that class's wardrobes. Not in all wardrobes, in some wardrobes. So some wardrobes seem to be suffering from that bug. I think it was on the Sharpshooter, I think it was either the Terracotta or the Chiseled. I think the Chiseled was buggy and it wasn't letting me put bows and Sharpshooter only items, but it was letting me put items that any hero can wear. And Don Peace is saying, is there a build you specifically think is really good at the moment? Well, I really enjoyed my melee electrode Melee electrode sharpshooter. So I think melee electrode with the basic attack synergy would be very fun. Although basic attack is kind of bugged right now because affixes don't apply. The ones from skills do apply, but not always. The ones from gear don't apply at all. And Bandit CI says, how many sets can you have? Oh, you can have around, I think around 20 wardrobes. But let me finish this map and I'm gonna count the number of wardrobes. See, you have, I think, 4 or 5 different types of wardrobes, and each of those has a limit of 2 for each hero, which means each wardrobe type, for example, let's say terracotta. Terracotta, you can have 2 railmaster, 2 forged, 2 sharpshooter, and 2 disc mage terracotta. And then after terracotta you have chiseled, and then you have jungle, and then you have the ones with the clock cleaner, I forgot the name, and then you have the ship one, so that's 5. So for each class you can have 10 wardrobes, excluding hardcore. I think for hardcore there is only 2, only chiseled 2 wardrobes you can have for each class. Wow, this is getting out of hand. Just look at how many of them have Plague Bearer. Achromatic says, it is hard to level from 1 to 10. Keep dying, I'm playing for... Oh, Forged, man. Just saying Forged, even if it's not a blood drinker, Forged will be difficult to level up in the first 10 levels, especially if you're playing on Ridiculous. I mean, if you really don't care about... what's it called? If you don't care about your badge, your difficulty badge, you can always go down to a lower difficulty, level up a little until like level 20, and then increase the difficulty again. If you do care about this badge, that visual cosmetic bragging rights kind of thing, then you're gonna have to have a bad time for Forged. My suggestion on the Forged is make sure you're out leveling the content you're doing on Ridiculous. So if you see that you're level 5 and you're doing level 7 map, go back, do some enemies, kill some enemies in a previous zone and get a level 7 or even level 8. If you're level 10 and you're fighting level 12 monsters, just go back to some of the zones you've already done, and yeah, just kill some enemies there, maybe redo a dungeon and a boss fight, something like that. Ridiculous in general, it's just meant for people who want to push themselves, who want to test, who want a very handicapped challenge, because that's what Ridiculous does. It handicaps you, it reduces your damage by giving the enemies damage reduction. Sorry, I'm hydrating, and this damage reduction that the enemies can get, this damage reduction goes up to 70%, so that means you're doing up to 30% of your damage, or maybe let's say down to 30% of your damage, if you're killing bosses on Ridiculous. Of course, some other enemies on Ridiculous are not gonna take as much damage, I mean are not gonna have as much damage reduction, that's what I meant to say, and you're gonna do a little bit more. But yeah, I can try and find you all the numbers if someone's interested and wants to know the exact numbers of how much damage reduction monsters are getting in Ridiculous and in team, based on how many people are in the team as well. But yeah, there's all sorts of handicaps in the game. Come on. Come on. She's not dying. Alright. Wow, she's still not dying. Okay. No! Fuck this bullshit. Did you see what just happened? I entered my portal without checking the wood. See, I don't know why they still haven't fixed this map. We keep telling them stop spawning portals next to the chest. I don't see why on this map they can't move that portal, the teleport portal, 5, 10, 20 in-game meters away. For example, move them at the start of the map, because right now I can't return to pick up my wood. And I didn't even see the portal. I was inside the portal before the portal even appeared on my screen. Ah, this bullshit. Some of those things really need to be looked into in regards to quality of life improvements, making the player's life a little bit easier. In general, there's many things in the game that need optimizing, how certain things operate. In regards to user interface and other things like this, to minimize the number of clicks the player needs to do to perform a certain action. Okay, let's collect those gear bundles. Maybe I should wait until level 60 and then start opening gear bundles at 60. I'm not gonna open some gear bundles anymore until I level up. And the Kazam show, have you ever made a no relic build? I mean by that a build only based on character skills. I haven't made one, but I can tell you if I do make one, it will either be a sharpshooter or a dusk mage. Because that's where a no relic build could work well. But in general, if you're not using a relic, you're wasting a lot of DPS. Every relic has one such big skill, that's a lot of damage. And now with relic armors that are coming with the upcoming patch, you would be able to recharge this quickly with the press of a single button, with the use of a single skill on your skill bar to get double cast of this. You're wasting 25% damage buff. Every relic has something like miasma. You have Cloak of Flames, Snowstorm, Bloodseekers, Walkaway Storm. What was the other one? Which one am I missing? Oh, and miasma. So yeah, you've got those things giving you 25% extra damage as a buff. So if you consider this one and this one, that's a lot of DPS you're losing by not using relic stuff. Even if it's just those two things on a build, they're enough to make me wanna avoid using a no relic build. But yeah, back in the day when relics were much simpler, when relics were just something that you had over here on your inventory as an equipped weapon, and it was something that leveled up as you level up. It was something that gets XP, and you keep it here in your inventory, and you could change it, and you only had 3 there. No, actually you didn't have 3. I think you only had, yeah, it was 3. It was Blood-Drinker, Flaming Destroyer, and Bane. Those are the OG relics. The ones that were since the beginning of Alpha, I think. Eventually they added Electrode, and they added what was the other one? Cold Heart. And eventually they made them a little bit better as a system to level up. It wasn't just a weapon that you level up that only has an activation, but they added some active skills and passive procs and things. And then eventually they made them even better, and made them subclasses, but you could no longer replace them. So once you pick one, you're stuck with it forever. So it is possible. I mean, if I were to do a no relic build, if people really want it, I can do one. But I can already tell you what heroes I will use on such a build, because I know those heroes would be pretty decent even without the relic. And I can tell you what hero I would not consider using until they rework it, and that's Forged. Forged is already known that he's getting a rework of certain things. So until the Forged rework, I would not even consider using a no relic build on him, because right now, without the relics, it's not bad to do a melee Forged, for example, but again, the relics are pretty good fillers in your comboing. JP says, I personally don't find inefficient builds fun, just my opinion. Okay. And Satisfy the Grudge says almost 6-3, very fast leveling. Oh yeah, it could have been faster if I was actually leveling non-stop, and if I spent some time last night leveling after a stream. I was doing other things, and also today I was a little bit busy running some errands, going to different places. Exam show, thanks for answering. Yeah, I'm quite advanced in the game myself, so just wondering if you had made such a build so far. Yeah, again, I've played some builds back when relics only had this one big power. That's all we had, this one big power back in the day. So I know that some classes can be okay without relic, but the relic is just such a good addition to your... It's such a good thing. But if someone wants to make such a build, it's not impossible to get decent DPS on a build without the relic, without investing a single point in the relic. It's doable. It's not gonna be meta, but it's doable. And yeah, regarding on what I base the efficiency, do you mean on my current build, the one where the damage comes from flamethrower car mostly, and flamethrower car is getting enhanced by various things, but this build needs an improvement. First of all, Doom Pipe is broken right now, so without Doom Pipe working, I don't see a point to use it in my Legendarium if it's broken, if it doesn't give me that flamethrower car endurance bonus all the time. And right now my items are pretty shitty. I need to go and pick up a better weapon from my sharpshooter. My weapon is only 6.6 thousand damage, which is pretty bad. It is pretty bad. I have 8.5 thousand damage on my sharpshooter, and I've got a spare one with 8.4 thousand damage in one of my sharpshooter wardrobes. I just don't feel like switching heroes right now. Eventually it's gonna drop me a good weapon, so I'm fine with the shitty damage. And my defense is the thing that's suffering the most. See, I'm wearing a level 29 chest, and this chest doesn't even give me defense. It gives me HP, crit damage with flamethrower. Although the crit damage and damage to flamethrower are pretty decent, because regardless that it's low level, they're still high rolls. This one low level, but at least it gives me crit damage, at least. It gives me health regen per second, shield car stuff. I don't use shield car, and look at the defense, 178. Compare this with this, or with that, and you're gonna see the differences in defense. So yeah, my gear is shitty, but it's only level 58, so what my hero is at right now. Eventually we're gonna get some good gear with him. We just gotta keep on grinding and it will drop. Hopefully it drops today, so tomorrow I can make a build video, and the day after tomorrow I can make the second one, and then on Monday I can start a Dusk Mage as my next hero to level up. Satisfy the Grudge as a fan of RPGs, have you tried playing Heroes of the Storm? Oh yes, not only have I played Heroes of the Storm, I played it with 3 people I know in real life for over 20 years. And we used to play together, all 4 of us, do some PvP together. But I don't really like it. Honestly, there's a lot of good things about Heroes of the Storm that they're doing differently than the other MOBAs, like Dota and League of Legends. But there are certain things that are just plain annoying. But yeah, some things are pretty decent. Vitoxin, what do you mean Doom Pipe is working? Do you have it equipped or in the Legendarium? I'm gonna try and test it again. You said it was working yesterday and it wasn't. Let's see. See, it's not working. It's not working. I'm not sure what version you're playing on that Doom Pipe is working for you. It's just not working. See, it's shooting with the default basic attack That's not how it should shoot. Let's try and put it in the legendarium. Okay, I'm gonna put Doompipe here and see what he means by Doompipe is working. No, it's not working. It's not working. I'm not sure whether you know what it. Have you ever seen working Doompipe and you know what's happening? So basically, if Doompipe is working, you should be seeing only this attack, only this. Every time the flamethrower car shoots, you should be seeing this big flame. You should not be seeing anything else than this flame. This is how Doompipe is supposed to work. I know I've seen it working back in the day when it wasn't broken. JP says, oh gotcha, so in my point of view, what would be inefficient because any extra defense that isn't required for minimal survival while maximum DPS is potential time you could be shaving off of your farming. Well, not everyone is about meta. I don't care about meta and whether I'm minimizing my defense. I would much rather have more defense because I like to get hit instead of relying on minimal survival. I don't want to be one or two shots away from being dead. I'd rather soak up a few hits because when I'm dead, I'm losing time and I'm losing. I'm not farming any items when I'm dead, so I'd much rather not be dead at all instead of play risky. But some people want to play risky, some people want to be glass cannons. If you want to be glass cannon, yeah, you're probably not even going to be using shield in the first place, because why would you want to use a shield? You might want to use a focus item with chance to slow and some extra flat damage. Or use a two-hander, even better, if you can get an amazingly rolled two-hander, which is probably one of the hardest things. Ever since the wipe, I still haven't gotten a single good rolled two-hander yet. Again, it's a matter of personal preference, whether someone wants to maximize their defenses or to maximize offense and go all-in big dick mode in the damage. But yeah. Let's see what else JP said. Nothing wrong with a tanky build by any means. Oh yeah, I love tanky builds. I love playing tanky. I love even on MMOs when I would make a mage, I would try and make a tanky mage with a lot of survivability, and then when I'm fighting tanks on such a build and I'm just kiting them and crowd controlling them and freezing them and slowing them, they would expect to kind of 2-3 shot me, but then they see that oh, that's not a squishy typical mage, that's a different mage, a little bit more annoying. It's not your typical glass cannon when I play MMOs and I make a mage, if the game allows it. If the game allows it, of course. Some games you just want to play a glass cannon because that's how they're designed. And the same goes for ARPGs. I like to have some survivability, even if I have to sacrifice some damage. Even if it's like on a mage that would typically be glass cannon. I like in this game every hero can be glass cannon and every hero can be a little bit more tanky. It's not a matter of the class, although some classes are obviously more tanky than others because they have better skills for survivability. Yeah, there's still options. But anything more than allowing you to survive isn't necessary. Yeah, well, again, JP, whether anything more than allowing to survive is necessary is a matter of personal preference, because for some surviving is not the same as surviving for other people. 1 second, come on, pet. There we go, 1 second. And Satisfied Grudge is saying that Doompipe is working fine for him. Why is Doompipe not working for me? What the fuck is wrong? Like, how do you tell that Doompipe is working for you guys? And how is it possible for it to be bugged for one person and not be bugged for others. I just can't understand this. Like the way to know that it's bugged is if you're not pressing your active skill and you're still getting the exact same effect as if pressing the active skill. That's how you know. That's how you know it's working. And the Kazam Show says it's quite. Kazam Show says he's quite tired of the Path of Exile builds. It's annoying to watch and play. To his opinion, it goes so fast, it's ridiculous. I can agree here. See, I enjoy a little bit of extra speed farming, but sometimes it's just ridiculous how boring playing those fast-paced builds can be. I know it probably makes no sense how a fast-paced build would feel boring, but to me, moving a few meters, one-shotting everything inside, moving a few meters, one-shotting everything inside, it just gets very boring very quickly when you're playing in such a way. And yeah, Path of Exile builds are not my kind of thing in some games. I like a little bit of a mid-paced, not slow-paced, not fast-paced, like an average pacing of how quickly you're clearing and progressing through the map. But fast doesn't have to always be the thing that gets you more wood. Because if a game is designed in such a way... Oh, someone just subscribed. Powag Juice, thank you very much for subscribing to my YouTube channel. If you're watching, welcome to the Struck Club. If a game is designed in such a way like Torchlight 3, you can't speedrun it, because you don't have every single enemy spawning with the map. Some enemies you have to go next to a certain place to trigger them, and then they spawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one after the other. You have to wait for those. That means you can't speedrun and just skip those enemies. And you never know which enemy is hiding the legendary. So you might wanna stop in this game and wait for certain enemies to spawn. This game is designed to counter speedrunners. Although there's still speedrunning in the game if you want it, you're just skipping potential drops. But again, that's just a matter of personal choice. This one wants to rush. I mean, as long as I get wood per hour, I don't mind playing slow, as long as I'm getting rewarded at the end of my run. More wood is always better, but it's a matter of preference. Some people prefer to play fast paced, some people prefer something not so spammy. For example, some people would be pushing the Fazir dungeon and doing the bare minimum to clear a map and then rushing straight to the boss. Others would go into every single dead end of the map and try and figure out which enemy in this map might be the lucky enemy to drop you that one legendary. Because in this game you can sometimes skip half of the map. You can just kill half of the map, and then the other half you can just run through. If you're playing with 4 people, some quests you can even complete on the first pack of enemies. Because when it drops a quest item, it drops one for every person in the team. So every one quest drop in a full team would actually be 4 quest drops. And if the quest requires 8 and you get 2 drops at the beginning on the first pack, then boom, the whole map is kind of skippable after that point. So yeah, some maps can even be rush to the boss, but whether the boss is the best place for wood, it didn't used to be, but now maybe it is. Detoxin says the endurance charge from Doom Pipe give you 5 times the attack of Flamethrower. I really don't know why you don't use it. The endurance charges give me this thing. I can show you right now though. But yeah, the endurance give me the next 5 attacks giving me the active bonus of flamethrower. And I do use it. I'm not sure what you're seeing, but I'm trying to use flamethrower card as soon as it's on cooldown. The thing is, sometimes it's on cooldown, but I don't have enough endurance, and I'm not gonna wait for my endurance to recharge. That's why I just want the fucking Doom Pipe to work, so I don't have to worry whether I've got enough endurance or not on my flamethrower car. I just want a stupid item fixed, that's all I want. I'm not gonna pay attention to my stupid endurance at the bottom of my screen and try to wait and lose DPS to win more DPS. It's probably meta to wait, but I'm impatient. As soon as I see flamethrower car out of cooldown, I use it, regardless whether I have endurance or not. I just want the Doom Pipe to be fixed for me. I'm gonna start using it in my Legendarium to see if it's gonna get fixed at level 60. Maybe I need to be level 60 because it's a level 60 item. Maybe it's such a bug. This is the only reasonable explanation why Doom Pipe is not working for me right now. That it's a level 60 item and it won't work unless you're level 60. Which is super silly. Super silly. If they made it that way, they really need to fix this. And JP says, oh, I don't like pure glass cannon either. I try to strike a balance with not worrying about dying while pushing DPS with the preference on DPS, of course. And Kazam Show says, Truck, thank you for giving equal interest to each of your builds. I like the fact that you don't try to say some is better than the other. Every build is worth a try. Yeah, I also think every build is worth a try. I mean, some builds are obviously shittier than others, and I don't hide it. Right now, cold hard builds are pretty underwhelming, and forged ranged builds can be pretty underwhelming if you're not relying heavily on the relic. So some things are just obviously underwhelming, obviously a bad choice, or maybe not a bad choice, just an underpowered choice, maybe is the better way to put it. Let's go through some other chat that I've missed. Can I leech XP? I did a mage. Well, you can leech some XP if you want. If you want, I can invite you and you can leech some XP. The 4 stacks on top of my skills. I'm not sure what 4 stacks you're referring to. But in any case, let me try and invite you so you can leech some XP. And Marvin says, Doom Pipe isn't working for me either. Maybe they don't understand the description. Well, I'm pretty sure they probably understand the description. It's probably just bugged, and it doesn't work unless your hero is level 60. I think my pet wants some food, so just give me a moment. I'm gonna go give Sky some food. This little beast, I fed him like an hour ago. Maybe hour and a half, but I fucking fed him. And the beast wants some food. Okay, I'm going a little bit further from my microphone. This one doesn't follow me around. So just give me a moment. Alright, I'm back on my seat. Yeah, I'm not sure if you could hear me, but yeah, I had to feed this little beastie. Mark Robinson says, hey, I just started playing and found your older Bane Train build. Is this version stronger, or am I good with the older one? This version will be stronger because it's more of a meta-centric version. The meta right now for a Bane Train build would be to focus on Flamethrower car. You need max level flamethrower car. I've got 7 bonus levels. Wait, 7? Since when do... Oh, okay. Okay, so I can remove 3 more points from this skill. This will be how you can get a level 2 skill, no, level 3 skill to be level 10. I need to remove 2 more points from this skill. But yeah, you want this skill to be tier 3. and you want this skill to be tier 2, and you want this one to be tier 3, and maybe this one to be maxed out, and then you want this tier 2 and this tier 3 and this at least tier 1, maybe tier 2 if you can, for more survivability. And then the rest is fillers. You can get this one as tier 3, you can get this one as tier 2 for cooldowns, you can get actually if you have Doom Pipe you don't need this one. It's still good to have this one for hammer spin and for busting charge and for other things on a cooldown from the Railmaster 3, but if you have the Doom Pipe and the Shotgunner Shield and they're actually working, then you don't need Mortar Card tier 2 bonus for the cooldowns unless you really want it for hammer spin. Which I'm finding strange why hammer spin is 10-second cooldown right now. What's its cooldown without the bonus? Makes me wonder. Okay, in any case, let's just go and do that map. Yeah, I think I need to be level 60 for the Doom Pipe to start working. That's that type of a bug. It's super silly and stupid bug to not allow you to use an item from the Legendarium until it's 60, and the game doesn't tell you this. And I don't think the game intended this to be that way. I think they didn't want us to not use Doom Pipe until 60. They just didn't want us to be able to get Doom Pipe before we reach 60. And again, you create something without consulting the person in charge of items, and that creates a bug. That's how it works. That's what happens when someone messes with someone else's field and changes things without telling them, so they can make sure there are no unexpected bugs. And I know in this case it wasn't the person in charge of items, it wasn't Maiko who made items level 60. And probably just a case of miscommunicating things. It happens sometimes, not communicating and making sure that everything is working fine. But the other day, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, in the Mayhem Mondays, Michael didn't even know there were items that only drop at level 60. And he's the person in charge of items, and it just wasn't him who did this change. And he then checked it for me. He checked it, he went, walked in onto the editor and confirmed it that there are indeed items that are level 60 required. And I did know from patch notes that there were such, I just didn't know which ones, I had forgotten. So I asked him about the Molten Reach. I will win DPS if I get endurance, but fuck this, I'm not gonna just wait for my endurance bonus. If it's ready when the skill is ready, fine. If it's not, then so be it. I just want my fucking item to work, that's all I want. I'm not gonna try and pay attention to a stupid endurance charge so I can use it when the skill is ready. I only do that on my Slammer build, because the Slammer build is all about using the endurance charges with the right skill at the right time and regenerating endurance and things like that. And Cream1087 says, hey dude, is Torchlight 3 good? Well, for me it is. For you, I don't know for you what classifies as good. See, what is good for me may not be good for everyone. So if you tell me what you're looking for in a game, I can maybe make it easier for you to decide whether Torchlight 3 is worth to spend your money on or not. But I don't want to tell you yes it's good and then you buy it and then you tell me you don't like it. Because exactly this could happen when you're not careful and tell people something's good but it's just not their cup of tea. Torchlight 3 is definitely a game that's... it could be a risky purchase if you don't like innovations and things done differently. they've experimented. A lot of the systems in the game are super different from things in other games, and they're very different from Torchlight 2 as well. So if you're expecting something that's very similar to Torchlight 2, you're not gonna get it. Visually it might look very similar to Torchlight 2, but it plays very differently, and for me it's a good thing that it plays differently than Torchlight 2, but for other people I've seen all sorts of comments of how they don't like this or that, where the things that they're saying they don't like I really do like myself. Oh, broken map. Alright, just a moment, I'm gonna report this. Just a second, I'm going to report this. We gotta report those. If you want those fixed, we gotta report them. Okay, yeah, reported. We have to report those things. If I don't report them, I shouldn't expect them to fix them as soon as they can. Because it's super difficult for a developer, I think, to find all those broken things by themselves. Unless they have some sort of a nice script that simulates every dungeon, every single possible Fuzzier dungeon, maps it and tests it to see if the boss actually spawns. And it's probably doable, someone could sit and do hundreds of different dungeons one after the other. It might take them a few days, a week, depending how many different map seeds there are. Alright, let's maybe try and get a better weapon, or let's wait for 60. Let's wait for 60 before I try a new weapon. Any other comments I've missed? Krim says, I love Torchlight 1 and 2. I've seen Torchlight 3 has bad reviews. See, a lot of the bad reviews are just that, bad. They're bad they're bad reviews, they're not good reviews with bad marks. They're bad reviews with bad marks of the game. Basically, I wouldn't even call them legit reviews, some of those. Some reviews really are legit. Some of the reviews are good reviews that are giving the game a bad score, but they're actually reasonable reviews with reasonable comments and dislikes. But a lot of the reviews there are fake, with people trolling and just fanboys trying to make this game seem bad. And the game is not good, but it's not bad either. It's mediocre. And for me, mediocre is fine to enjoy a game, as long as the good things of that game, I like more than the bad things. Yeah, there are bugs, there are glitches, and a lot of those have been fixed during the alpha and beta and early access. And there are certain things that are just not enough, such as the end game. It's pretty damn boring. Okay, Vitoxin wants some power leveling, so I'm gonna go back to easy maps, such as maybe a blazing map. Oh, let's try and find a gauntlet map for him. He wants XP. Gauntlet would be good for XP for him. This one should do it. It should give me XP and it should give him XP. And PMS says, how is the game going? The game's going fine. Yes, there are a lot of bad reviews again, but I mean, the game has such a good build variety. So the things I would say are bad about the game, as I did say in my review, that would be the endgame, the lack of endgame variety. You've got one endgame activity and a half, where the half is basically that one endgame activity stripped down of all its affixes. That's kind of how it is. So that's one of the bad things, but one of the good things is the ton of build variety you can get from classes, subclasses, and combining those and respecting those bit by bit. The itemization is not perfect, but I do like it. I do have just some concerns that there's not enough customization when you get an item, not enough crafting. So it could feel a little boring as an itemization system, but it has the beginnings of a very nice balanced itemization system. They just need to add some more customization options for the enchanting, such as rerolling and reforging and whatever you want to call it. Changing your affixes and changing the numbers you get on those affixes, and maybe changing one item into another one. Right now the game has a big problem. One big problem, that is problem with the drops. Wood related problem, and this really puts people off of the game. Many people already quit the game because they're not getting rewarded. I talked yesterday to someone on my stream, and he said like he spent like 2 weeks or so and then finally gave up until they fixed the drop rates on the end game. The thing is, while you're leveling up, you're getting treated with so many drops. You would think it's Easter and Christmas all together, but once you reach end game, you're gonna see so little drops that you're gonna be wondering what's happening, whether there's some sort of a bug going on or not. And that's a big issue for some people, especially if you're impatient, if you want to get those items as soon as you can so you can move on to another build. I'm that type of a person. I want to do a build, play it 1 or 2 days and then move to the next build. I don't want to play the same build for more than a week, for example. With more than 160, soon more than 200 builds that you can make, I just don't feel fun playing the same build over and over, knowing there's many other options out there. It's as if you're in a candy store that says everything is free to taste, and you're just eating the same thing over and over, instead of tasting all the other candy. Or a candy store that's telling you everything is free to taste, but it's making all the other candy unreachable, and it's only giving you access to 1 or 2 or 3 types of candy. That's the same problem with these games itemization right now. Not the itemization, but the drop rates. And that's what I'm doing. I'm enjoying the game in my own way. Instead of spending too much time in that build or the next build and so on, I would make a build, play it for 1 day or 2 days after I'm done gearing up, and then respec, make another build, and then maybe change my hero, make another build, respec, make another build. Because I'm just getting bored. I'm getting super bored from the Fuzier's dungeon as a system, as the way they've designed it. But again, the build variety is keeping me busy, and I'm having a lot of fun testing some weird builds. Just the other day I was testing on the sharpshooter, which is a ranged class. I was testing on the sharpshooter a melee build, close range, basic basic attack build with maces, and it turned out pretty great. It turned out pretty great, even though basic attack affixes are broken. So, very decent example of a build that I really enjoyed tinkering with. I didn't stream this build though. I didn't stream this build. Maybe I should try and find some time later on to stream the basic attack sharpshooter so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can stay in this gauntlet until level 60, but it's a very bad gauntlet, by the way. This gauntlet, it's barely having any density, as you can see. There aren't that many enemies per square meter. JP says, I enjoyed my mediocre time very much. Okay. JP also says, I'm also thoroughly enjoying my time playing Torchlight 3 too. Yeah. I can agree. I think this map is bad for leveling up heroes. Maybe we should just end it and try a different one. It's probably one of the worst gauntlet maps you can get. Alright, I'm just gonna go for the boss room. Fuck this map. I'm gonna try and find another gauntlet. And Silent Soul 73 says, I'm the one who quit to drop to the drop rates and not sure I was impatient. Played Railmaster for almost 2 weeks, about 4-6 hours a day, reached 225 in the Fazir and still didn't get a shotgun shield or cosmic helm. If that's impatient, then I guess I am. I mean, that's kind of like my story. Played and streamed for 10 days, because I started a few days before the game actually launched, during the early access head start week. And yeah, for 10 days I could get every single other sharpshooter item, just not the ropes, just not the musketeer ropes. And then I started playing on a new sharpshooter, started leveling a Woby flaming destroyer sharpshooter, and eventually I managed to get from the gambler very early on at level 18 the ropes. Then I get another rope from the gambler at level 33, and then I got another rope from the gambler at level 45 or 46. All that after 9 days of not getting it. On day 10 I decide to start a new hero of the same class and level it up to see if I'm gonna get the item as a drop on the Woby, and then I get it 3 times from the gambler, mind you. Just a moment, drinking some water. So yeah, that was such a weird experience. I mean, I was talking to, was it, I'm not sure who I was talking to. I was talking to someone on my Steam, how I'm about to fucking rage quit and give the game some time to fix the drop rates if I don't get the rope. And then I don't get it. And I don't get the rope, and then on the next day I keep streaming and I don't get it. And then then 2 days after that I finally get it. So after day 7 I was about to fucking rage quit. And thank you Squared19. Thank you Squared19 for following me on Twitch. I was so close to uninstalling the game and giving it some time to fix the drop rates before I come back to it. But I decided, alright, let's wait a little bit, maybe I'm gonna get lucky, and I did get lucky, but 2 days later, 2 days later. So that's kind of how it is. But apart from this, I guess it's just a matter of them fixing drop rates post level 60 or post reaching the end game. It's fine how much you get from story zones, but when you're doing map works, portals or Fazir, that's where the fun stops. And again, that's why I made this suggestion for them to introduce a system for rerolling and respeccing the affixes on certain items. I'm not gonna try and explain it. If you wanna read about it, I'm gonna give you a link. If you want to read about it, sure, take the link. Just a moment, this is the link. I've already explained it many times, but it's basically a system that allows you to change the affixes on an item. From one affix to another, or from one number to another of the same affix. And also a system that allows you to change one legendary item into another legendary item of the same set by spending resources. Not a perfect system, but I'm not a game designer. I just gave a suggestion. A game designer can take my suggestion and make it an actual good, decent system. I just made some fake mock-up UIs with some of the game assets that are in the fan kit, and by taking screenshots of the in-game UI. But I think such a system would really negate some of the negative experiences with RNG that we've got. Well, alright, there is no what should I call it, there wasn't a single gauntlet that's within my level range, so I'm just gonna do this uniques map. And Nestrio says, what would you say is the strongest build currently? I don't know, I really don't know, and I really don't care what the strongest build is as well. This one probably, when properly equipped, could be one of the strongest. Maybe not the strongest, but it could be one of the strongest. Once you have the best items and the best skill point respecking. My skills right now are not perfected, because I'm just gonna wait to get all of my items the way I want them to, and then I'm gonna figure out which skills to ditch. I'm probably gonna ditch the Railmaster cooldowns. Most likely that's gonna be the thing I ditch. We'll see. I wanna keep the crit chance for conductor skills, and I wanna keep the attack speed for conductor skills for train cars. Why do we keep getting this shitty map? The worst map we can get, we keep getting it. Seriously, I'm not gonna do this map. I'm out of this map. I'm gonna pick something that's not Act 3. This map needs double the enemies. It has so little enemies, it's not worth your time doing this map. Wasting Time says, I saw your video, it's a good edit. Which video? Are you referring to the how to Torchlight 3 in under a minute? The one that is copyrighted. It has a song that I own the track because I bought a package of sounds. But the problem is the company that owns that the licensing rights was struck by a troll. There's people called copyright trolls that would buy a package of music for game developers, music for filmmakers, all sorts of music, and they would go ahead and submit it to YouTube as if they're the owners of that of the rights to that music. And what happened is Video Copilot, the people who made Epic Scores, which is some of the music I used in that video. Video Copilot had to contact the lawyers of YouTube to remove the copyright from this track, and to prevent the trolls from copyrighting the music again, they had to copyright it themselves. And now if I want to use their music, I have to contact them to have them whitelist my video. So I'm not monetizing that video. I just left it there for people who might want to see it. That how to Torchlight in under a minute video for the contest. Although the developers decided not to include any of the videos submitted, they still gave me and 2 other people keys. And I already gave away those keys on launch week, 3 of them. a week ago on Friday. And I'm thankful for them to give me those keys for my participation in this contest. I actually had a blast, and I've already reused some of the things I made for that video. So it's not like it was it's not like it was an effort made in vain. They also mentioned us, me and the other two content creators in that Steel series blog post. So I do appreciate the shout out as well. Any publicity is good publicity. Even bad publicity is good publicity sometimes. Especially to small content creator channels like mine and the other two people who were in the contest. It's definitely nice to be mentioned in a blog post on someone with such a huge base of customers like Steel series. But I'm happy to hear that you've enjoyed that video. I definitely enjoyed making it. I had a clear vision. As soon as I read the theme was a video about how to Torchlight 3 in under a minute. As soon as I read this, I already had a clear vision in my mind of what I want to do, of what transitions I want to do, and how I want to handle this. And I just had a script in my head. I've always been like that. Even in university when we were doing filmmaking, I had certain ideas as a vision of how we should do a documentary, for example, we were doing. Of course, due to current budget and other restrictions, we couldn't do it the way I wanted. We were doing a documentary about a guy from my university who had a stroke, a heart stroke when he was like 18, something like that, but survived it, and we wanted to do a story about him. And I wanted to do a recreation while we were interviewing him. I wanted to do a B-roll of a recreation of the events, how they transpired, of what he remembers and what he's talking about. Of course, due to budgetary and other restrictions, we didn't do it the way I wanted. But in the end, we still did it, and it was still a decent. It still was nice. It still was nice. So definitely not a single minute wasted on making this this under a minute video. Right, just a moment. Okay. And Silent Soul says such a system would be good, but I play wooters to get wood. In my game, while playing, getting the item to drop is way more exciting than re-rolling something to what I want. Well, see, the thing is, you get the item you want, and then you re-roll it to whatever affixes you want. Otherwise, you have to get the same item 100 times. And even if you get the same item 100 times, you're never gonna get the stats you want. For me, a system like this right now in the game is just too much RNG. Too much RNG is not good. I don't play games to rely on fucking roll dices in every single corner of the game. Okay, the roll dice is the beginning, but after the roll dice there should be more roll dices that you can have some sort of control, like crafting. Just look at Wastipo. Wastipo has a very nice crafting system where you can craft a certain affix, and yeah, the item can break, and the item can also be kind of broken in the middle of the crafting before you're even done finishing the crafting. But that's such a nice system. There's a risk, but there's also reward, and there's RNG on top of RNG, but you still have a way of customizing your experience. I don't want to only rely on whatever is dropping from me. I want to know that if I find that one item, let's say Doom Pipe, if I find a Doom Pipe once at level 60, that's it. I find it once and then I start re-rolling. Then I start farming for materials to perfect that item to the way I want it with the stats I want. Because even if I get 100 Doom Pipes, there's no guarantee that I'm gonna get the Doom Pipe I want with the stats I want for the build I'm making. And how long would it take me to get 100 Doom Pipes? Who knows? Maybe never. So that's just an example, just an example. It could be any item. Replace Doom Pipe with whatever item name you want there. getting people options to, in brackets, craft items, it's always good. I mean, no one is forcing people to use those extra options. If you don't want to get... if it feels too easy, just don't use the system. If it feels too easy to reroll your affixes. If you want to grind endlessly for 100 Doom Pipes or for 100 White Vaults Cave Breakers or for 100 Infectious Shooters or whatever else you're trying to grind for, grind. I mean, no one's stopping people, but it definitely doesn't feel right now the way the system is, with how many affixes there are in the wood pool and how difficult it is to get the right affixes on a certain item. Especially now that we have almost useless things like health regeneration. Health regeneration would be good if it was 5 times what we get. For example, which item had health regeneration from my items? Other than this one, but that's low level. I think I had something high level with health regeneration as an example. See this one, level 58, 573 health regeneration. This is a joke. Even if it was 1000, it would still be a joke. 1500, 2000, okay. Maybe now we are talking, because I can stack 3 pieces, I think, with this stat. I don't think this drops on every single piece. It drops on boots, on helmet. What else does it drop on? It probably drops on one more item. I'm pretty sure there's at least 3 item types that can give you health regeneration. I'm gonna check eventually. I'm gonna pay attention and yeah. But this, when it gives you like 500, 600, 700, it's not much. Even if you wife bind it, 500 turns into 600. But if it gave you like 1500 or 2000, okay, that's a little bit better. Little bit better having that health regeneration. Then we have things like gold work, which probably almost no one uses. You don't get that much gold from drops, so you get much more from selling things that you get from contracts and from selling stuff that you find on the ground. You still do get gold as drops, but that's not the main source of gold for me. And I wouldn't sacrifice damage or defense for gold drops. So for me that's another wasted stat. And then we have potion work. Another thing I'm not a fan of being as an affix. So there's those 3 affixes, and then you can get an affix that boosts a skill that you're not using. And yeah, you maybe will use that skill in a different build, but for your current build you may not be using it. And there are just other things. Maybe you get something else that's completely the opposite of what you want for your build, and then you're gonna just have to rely on RNG to keep getting that item until it finally rolls with the stats you want. And that might never happen. I mean, I could probably play this game for a year, 8 hours a day, every single day, and still not get a min-maxed item with the right stats I want for a specific build. That's why I think letting people craft their items is good. I mean, no one is competing. I wouldn't care if someone has the most overpowered item in the game, because I'm not competing with them. And even if there was a competitive mode, I still wouldn't care, because it's a PvE game. So what's he gonna do? He's not gonna kill my character with that overpowered item. He's just gonna kill a boss a little bit quicker than me, like few seconds quicker than me. It's not a big deal, but I definitely love crafting and min-maxing certain items for certain builds when the game allows me to. In fact, I would play a game where items don't drop and you just get them for getting materials and then craft those items. I would play such a game as well. For example, a game that doesn't drop legendaries and stuff, but you get materials and then you take those materials to a forge or to an NPC and then you get the item. I would play such a game as well if there was one. But that's the complete opposite of this current system. So either systems are good for me, but I prefer a middle ground where you get items as drops, but you can also do certain things with those items by farming materials and spending the materials to modify the items. Again, this is just a personal choice, and this I really like. Really nice legs for green ones, and they're level 60. I'm gonna put those legs on my wardrobe. Any other comments I missed? Misunderstood the write-up then. Rerolling affixes it'd be fine. I thought you meant taking any shield and rerolling it till you get a certain different one. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I meant. There's 3 things I suggested. One thing is rerolling one affix into another affix. That I called reforging. The second type of reforging is taking, for example, 30 crit damage and re-rolling it into 33, 34, 31, 29 if you're unlucky. Just taking some number and going between the middle and the maximum. And then the third one was transmuting, and the same way it was done in Chronicon for set items. For example, you have 5 pieces of the set and you can never get that 6th piece. You take one piece of that set and you reforge it into another piece of that set. Or for example, I've got the bomb walker and I keep getting bomb walkers, but I can't get something else. So I reforge that bomb walker into another shield. For example, the shotgunner shield. Although shotgunner shield is class specific, and maybe certain class specific things should only be obtainable by other class specific things. So maybe weapons and shields and offhands should be in the same category if they're not set items. I mean, I think non-set items should be in one category, set items in a different category, or maybe just do it for set items if the other one seems like too overpowered and too easy. I wouldn't mind transmuting only for set items, but it's still a way to negate shitty RNG, and RNG can be very shitty at times. Okay, where do I spend my points? I wanna level this one up to the maximum with the next 1 point. Right now I can remove points from flamethrower car, but the thing is I don't wanna get too attached to this helmet. If I get too attached to this helmet, I'm gonna have a bad time. In fact, let's change it right now. Let's upgrade this. Okay, we've got this now. Let's do this. Maybe this, because I need a melee weapon for the damage reduction buff. Come on, give me that damage, come on. Nice. It's not perfect, but it's better than my current one. Now, oh, someone wanted to ask about wardrobes earlier, and I did talk about wardrobes, and I did tell you it's like 10 wardrobes you can get on each hero. But let's show you. So each hero has a ship 2 times for that class, a ship 1, then 2 times for that class, a clock 1, or whatever this one is, the blue one. It's slightly different for each class, but it's the class specific one. Then you have 2 times the bronze one, 2 times the jungle one, 2 times the chiseled, 2 times the terracotta. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, it's 12. I missed counting the bronze. So you can get 12 wardrobes for every hero. So that's what, 48 wardrobes, excluding hardcore. There's wardrobes only for hardcore characters. So yeah, that's a lot of wardrobes, and I like it. I like how much wardrobes they're giving me. Let's make the bronze ones. What should I put there? Well, that's a new bug. Or maybe that's when someone else is trying to use a wardrobe. Actually, let's keep this. Just in case, let's keep it. Okay, let's do the next map, whichever it is. Did I get stuck? Oh, look at this guy. Look at this bot. Just a moment. I'm gonna block this bot and just add some extra words to the moderation filter. Just need to add more blocked terms and phrases. So blocked terms and phrases, there we go. Wait, this one was actually blocked, yet it didn't get blocked. That's weird. And the things that this bot wrote were actually in my blocked terms. The things I'm not allowing in chat. Even through that they managed to go through the filter. I copy pasted exactly what he wrote in chat. It still went through the filter. But yeah, he's banned until the next one shows up. I'm trying to block them. I'm gonna quickly disable this quickly like that. Refresh. On screen my filter coated and replaced the words with stars, but in Twitch chat it went through the filtering. I guess it happens sometimes. No gauntlet maps. There was that Unix goblin map. Maybe we could do a Unix goblin map. Oh, another Unix goblin map. The problem is it's lightning, so it's probably gonna be a shitty map. But let's see. Let's see if it's gonna be a shitty map or not. I'm wondering. And actually there were some people who followed me while I was offline. I just saw the message. Brizo and MD Gazo. Thank you to those people if they're watching now for following me yesterday while I was offline, off stream. Oh, that's actually a good map. I didn't know this map can roll on an electric goblin. Come on. Yeah, there's certain things I don't like about the current endurance system with the Railmaster. There is no way to use the skill without consuming the endurance charges if your endurance is full. I want to be able to use hammer spin without consuming endurance. I want to switch off my endurance consumption for hammer spin. I wouldn't mind switching off my endurance consumption for all skills except flamethrower car. Then it would be much better. Then I wouldn't have to worry, oh, would I have endurance when this skill is ready. Because the hammer speed endurance, it gives me charges for pound, busting charge and flying picks. I'm only using busting charge, but I don't want busting charge to get regenerated, because with those two charges for now I'm good. I'm not spamming it or anything. So using hammer spin without consuming charges would be better. I like the old system better though. I like the old system where some skills cost endurance, others don't. And when they do cost endurance, they never cost the or not all of them cost all of the 5 endurance charges. Because right now, this 5 out of 5, there isn't a single thing that uses less than 5 endurance. With the old system there were things that would use less than 5 and things that would use all of it and things like that. There's a lot of good things about the new system, but there's also that thing, like why 5 now when everything uses 5? Why not just be 1? Let's see. Come on, come on. Yeah, this is gonna be painful farming on for this build. I mean, I'm seriously starting to really think it's better to just uninstall the game until they fix the drop rates, or add some sort of a system to be able to deal with the shitty RNG when you're not getting those items you want for your builds. What's the point? What's the point if I can't get my builds? I don't have a reason to play the game. I play this game to test new builds and to experiment. And if I can't get the items within a reasonable amount of time, and for me reasonable amount of time is 4 or 5 days of farming after beating the story. Anything after that is just unreasonable. Anything after that is moving on to MMO farming territory. Come on. But it's super underwhelming, and it's super discouraging playing, grinding and not getting rewarded for your time. But at least I have the items as low level items. And let's see if at level 60 I will see the flamethrower car working. I really hope it starts working, the Doom Pipe flamethrower car attack. Let's go over here. Another thing I don't like, on Ridiculous the drop rates seem shittier than on other difficulties. Other people have been reporting this. I don't have enough sample data to tell you whether the drop rates are shittier on Ridiculous or not. I've noticed roughly about the same amount of time per legendary when I tested it, but my test was very short. It has been very short, so in practice and in Ridiculous I was getting roughly the same amount of legendaries per hour. In practice I would need more maps to get a legendary, but I would be finishing maps much quicker. And in Ridiculous it'd be the other way around, finishing maps slower, but getting more legendaries per map, so it's probably roughly the same right now. Come on, come on. Okay, let's see. What's my level? Halfway there. Bit by bit we will be 60 soon. Come on. Wait, I missed something. Oh, it's a pet item, never mind. I don't know, I'm not happy with my damage right now. I know my weapon is shitty, but it's not that shitty. I mean, I've got 7000 damage. It's not my 8.5 damage weapon, but right now I'm super disappointed with the damage I'm doing, even on such a strong build. Come on. Can't wait for the Doom pipe to start working. Wait, what happened? Wasn't this maxed out? I need to go and put some points in the skill. I was wondering what's happening. I didn't have max level flamethrower car for a while. After I changed helmets, I was 3 points into flamethrower car. So I need to put 2 more points into it. 3 more points into it maybe. I was wondering what was going on. Just a moment, my microphone kind of slipped. Just a moment, I'm gonna mute my microphone and fix it. Okay, it should be fine now, it should be fine, but yeah, my microphone was hanging upside down and my microphone stand is not made for this microphone, so I was using something to hold it tighter. But I guess it wasn't enough, so I just made it not hang upside down and just point upwards instead of downwards. Still not used to this new shit, to the new system. But yeah, that should do it. That should do it. Alright, let's try and get a new weapon now. Where did I put the old one?
Your pet has returned. Back already.
Let's try and find another map. Man, this is taking forever. Fuck Fazir. I'm not gonna do Fazir. I'm gonna do regular maps. Fazir is just boring. I'm even considering stopping Ridiculous, because Ridiculous is taking much longer to finish, which means much longer to get wood. On other difficulties, I'm gonna see, after level 60 I'm probably gonna start playing other difficulties to see if I can get wood faster. That's spiders, I don't wanna do spiders. And I'm here who says hello, is this game more fun than Diablo 3? Well, for me it is, for you maybe not, maybe yes. I don't know, for me this game is much more fun than Diablo 3. In fact, for me Diablo 3 can't be fun for more than 2 weeks. I've played Diablo 3 for 2 weeks, I haven't returned ever since. I played it during the season of Royal Grandeur. So that's, I think it was season 20, not 20, it was season 16, something like that. I played it then, I tested all sorts of heroes, all sorts of builds. I saw how boring the game is, and I stopped playing it. And haven't even considered returning to Diablo 3. There are just many things in Diablo 3 that they're good systems, but executed in a shitty way. Diablo 3, a good game executed in a shitty way. And kind of on life support when it comes to updates. I can't wait for Diablo 4, hopefully Diablo 4 isn't as bad as Diablo 3. Hopefully it doesn't have endless Paragon levels like Diablo 3. And it doesn't have boring sets like Diablo 3, where you get the set and you're set. Hopefully that's not how they make Diablo 4. From what I'm seeing right now, I'm only seeing good stuff in regards to Diablo 4. So I can only be excited about the game, but I'm not gonna get my hopes too high. Things can change. Even Diablo 3 before it launched looked like a good game, but when it launched it was terrible until the Reaper of Souls expansion, which kind of made it more playable and more attractive to people. Mostly to people who have ego problems and want to prove to themselves that they can push and know life better than some other person with no life. Diablo 3 is a no life competition. In its core, Diablo 3 competitive is that. Competing who has friends playing their account or who has bots running their account while they're sleeping to get paragons. There's no real challenge, the only challenge is who can spend more time playing the game. So you're competing who spends more time playing the game, not who can play their build better. If you look at the leaderboards in Diablo 3, everyone is playing almost the same build with almost the same items, with very few differences on each class, if you look at the top. So there's probably gonna be like 2 or 3 or 5 builds at max that people are playing in the top leaderboards, and most people just push based on their Paragon levels, and it's just an endless grind for paragons every league and every season, if you care about the competitive. And people are trying to maximize and squeeze every second of a run. I just can't stand this elitist pick mentality kind of thing, where people are trying to squeeze every last second of a run. People who care if their run is taking 5 or 3 minutes to complete. This is squeezing the fun out of the game for me. If I start caring about this, it's no longer fun for me to do it. If I have to care about things like that. If I have to squeeze every little bit of time I can do to optimize my farming. That's not great. Not great at all. Oh, I forgot to upgrade my flamethrower car. Well, I'm gonna have to remember later. But yeah, this game, it's not perfect, but it's decent. I'm enjoying this time. This game might have very mediocre kind of things in it, but given enough time, this game would be much more than it is now, and it would be much more enjoyable to play some of the other games. Just consider how many years of development Path of Exile, Diablo and Grim Dawn and Titan Quest and other things like that have had. And think of this game as a game that just launched after a lot of early access and alpha and etc. testing. And if you have played this game a year and a half ago and know what it was a year and a half ago and compare it to now, you would see that the developers have done tremendous efforts into improving the game and making it a better experience for their players. And some people just don't like having to go to a website to read a build or to watch a build video in order to play a game. And this game does not make you need to watch a build video or go to a website to read the build. Yes, it helps if you read a build, if you watch a video, it helps, but it's not necessary. It's not like Path of Exile. If you're a brand new player and you just jump right into the game, you would need a big brain and you would need to understand the game's systems and mechanics. This game, probably someone who has just started playing it for the first time would probably understand it in a few hours, maybe in a day or two of just playing the game and just figuring things out themselves without needing to be a rocket scientist to make a build. And this simplicity is pretty decent, and simplicity doesn't mean no depth. Simplicity can include depth and yet retain the simple way of making a build. This game gives you a lot of freedom when it comes to choosing your skills. You're not forced to put points into things you don't need, which is pretty nice. I like that. The game is only making me put points into things I want to put points into and I need to put points into. So there's a lot of pros, a lot of cons. I mean, I've got like 40-50 minutes of a review of the game. I think my review of the game ended up being like 40 something minutes or 50 something minutes, and that's an extended review, and even then I missed a lot of things. I missed to say some things about the pros, about the cons, but yeah, I've got my review of the game, and almost everything that needs to be said I've said, except maybe 2-3 things I remembered later I forgot to talk about. My biggest problem with this game is the lack of variety. When you reach the end game and when you reach a certain level, you kind of get bored because it's the same repetitive type of content and you don't have anything that makes it different other than those map affixes. But it's basically repeating the same map affixes over and over, so there are not that many of them. And the enemies are not that many, but there's a decent amount of variety in the enemies. Many games have launched with much less variety in the enemies. So variety is just the things that the game needs to work on. Endgame variety, enemy variety, zone variety and things like that. And this will expand when they keep adding new chapters of the story maybe, You never know, maybe every year they might add an act, maybe every 9 months they might add a new act with new enemies. The thing is, it takes time to animate, to voice over, and to make sound effects for new enemies and their new attacks. It's not an easy task. Some people think it's a matter of waving the magical development wand and throwing money at the development fairy and the game would be ready, but everything takes hard work. You can just wave the magic wand and then suddenly you have 10-20 new enemies with unique attacks and animations and sounds. I think this game, for the time it had to develop with the number of people who are developing them, has done pretty decent. It's the good kind of mediocre. And in fact, if you don't compare, if for example there wasn't a single ARPG out there that had years of development and everyone was just brandly launched on 1.0 day 1, week 1, month 1 of their initial version, this game probably would have been around the top ranks. If you compare it to Diablo when it launched, to Path of Exile in version 1.0, Grim Dawn in version 1.0, Torchlight II Vanilla when it launched. At least for me, this game, compared to other games without mods and at their first version after launching, has enough to offer. It has enough to offer, and I can look past the annoying things. Even though at times I feel like uninstalling and waiting for some fixes to the things I care, because I'm an item whore and I care about items. I care about finding loot. And when I'm not finding loot quick enough, I get bored and I quit the game and I try and find another game that thinks I'm not a zombie but an actual human being whose time is precious and whose time needs to be rewarded with items. And yeah, when a game knows that people who play the game are humans and not zombies, it's a good experience. When a game only looks at their player base as zombie cash cows, it's a different story. And this game is not looking at the players as zombie cash cows. It didn't have problems with the loot 2-3 weeks before the game launched. So this is just a recent bug, glitch, whatever might have happened. They were tweaking certain things with the drop rates right before the launch, and this caused this problem. Before, I wasn't having problems with gearing up my heroes and builds. Unless we're speaking about the alpha. In the alpha, it was terrible. I would go 20 maps without a single legendary dropping at one point in the alpha. And then I would have said the game thinks of us as zombies. Edgy Knuckles is back. Hello back, Edgy Knuckles, and Nerd Gamer is back. Hello to you. And I am a hero. I'm glad that me being honest about the game made you wanna consider buying it. Although in Diablo 3, the thing I didn't like about Diablo 3 is being full build and full gear wasn't fun. In this game, if I'm full gear and full build, it's fun because I can immediately use that gear to make a different build. Or make an out and level up a new out that can use that gear on a new relic. And use that gear there. So in this game, even if I did get full gear in a day or 2 or 3 days, I would still have fun because I would still play the game. I would play the game just for fun, without farming or anything, just killing mobs. This is the best. For me, the real fun begins when I gear up my hero. That's how I like playing the games, when I'm fully built, fully geared, and I'm just playing for fun, for the sake of killing stuff and enjoying my build. And getting that feels-good moment when I'm seeing my build in action. And I like to work towards it, but I don't like to work too much towards making my build. I don't like to be a zombie to get my build ready. 4 days is a reasonable amount of time of farming to get a build ready. In a game with so much build variety. But yeah, for me the real fun starts after I'm fully geared and the build is ready. And I can get that satisfying feeling of seeing the build in action and clearing enemies quickly. Man, I hate playing train builds. Honestly, the train system is so annoying. I never liked it since day one of Railmaster in update 7. Since then, I haven't had a single time where I would have fun playing the train. Look at that, look at what's happening. My train is... It's invisible, it's not spawning. I'm telling you, train... I hate playing train builds. But I'm doing this build because I know people have been asking me what's a meta build, what build would you wanna make if you wanna make a meta build. And I know this is a meta build when I gear it up, when I do it properly, when I get the right skills. It's just boring to level it up and it's just boring to play it because of the stupid train mechanic. Having to babysit the train all the time. That's why slammer builds have always been my jam, ever since update 7 in the alpha. I just love slammer builds much more than the stupid train. Nerd Gamer, are you playing Electrode? If the game is too laggy. Also, can you check your ping? You can press Ctrl and D and then paste this into a notepad, and at the bottom you can look at how much milliseconds your connection is to the server and to what server you're connecting. It should be connecting you to the nearest server, to the physically closest location server. Edginikus says, oh yeah, I already read that. Just let me check if I missed some comments. What did the update do? Any changes or is the same? What update? Was there an update? You mean the little hotfix? The little hotfix that only changed some things with single player stability and things like that. It was just a hotfix. I think they're saving... I think what they're doing is very bad. I wouldn't do what they're doing right now if I was a developer. They're waiting to get enough bugs to make a big patch. Instead of giving us every week whatever has been fixed and whatever has passed QA, they're waiting until enough bugs have been fixed so they can give us the updates at a big bunch, at a big bundle. And I think this is acceptable during early access and alpha, but in the first week, the first month of after launching, you would want to be pushing hotfixes and small patches with fixing game breaking or progression blocking bug fixes as soon as you can. At least that's how some companies have been doing it, and it has been working well for them. Either this or there were just no bugs ready for this week. Maybe there wasn't a single important bug ready other than the single player, but keep in mind there's a limited number of developers, and if they're working on fixing bugs for Xbox and PlayStation, maybe their time is not being spent on fixing bugs that are for every platform in general, such as broken skills and broken mechanics and things like that, or the drop rates. But again, there's different teams, so maybe one person is working on PlayStation and Xbox, another person is working on itemization, and another person on this, on that. In general, I would prefer for them in the first month after launching a game to give us at least a hotfix every week that is fixing as many things that are ready as possible. Like, if it's ready, if it has passed QA, I don't see a reason to keep it for the next big patch. I'm not sure what's happening, whether this is the case, whether this is not the case. I can only speculate, and speculations are just as good as anyone's guesses, so I can't tell you why we didn't see any changes this bug fixing kind of week or whatever. If I go to the patch notes, I'm pretty sure there was something about single player and maybe one more thing, but it was a very small thing, very small hotfix. But they just launched Switch. They launched Switch yesterday. So maybe they were just busy trying to make sure that the Switch is ready for its launch and might not have had enough time to work on other things. This pet cooldown, I really want that pet cooldown, but I'm gonna add pet cooldown here. And this is taking forever. Come on, level 16. I really want to replace my low level items, but the game is just not giving me new cosmic items. I need a new cosmic helmet, new cosmic gauntlets, and maybe cosmic shoulders or boots. Okay, let's keep moving. Stanley says, which class do you think is the most overpowered? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I can tell you which subclasses are overpowered. Or not overpowered, but which subclasses are underpowered. Let's say the cold front, not cold front, but the cold heart is underpowered in few ways. Let's say the blood drinker and the bane are not that great for damage unless you're doing a Bane Train Railmaster, then you can get a lot of damage. But minions, in general, any builds with minions, if it's not a train build, would be underpowered compared to other builds. Sharpshooter can be super strong, Dusk Mage can be super strong, Railmaster with the train, with Flaming Destroyer or Bane can be strong, and so can it be with the Electrode basic attack and Flaming Destroyer basic attack builds with the synergy can be very fun to play. Especially the Electrode basic attack build, this one would be fun on every hero. If you make a basic attack build and use the Shocking Force, the Electrode basic attack synergy, you're gonna see some good results, some very decent good results. Just a moment. Let's see, AG Knuckles says Sharpshooter Bane is doing fine. No, well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Sharpshooter Bane is great. I think it's good, but I don't think it's great. If you're relying on the summons for damage, you're not gonna see much. They're not terrible, but they're not amazing. Because the problem is with the pet AI. The pet AI needs a lot of rework. A lot of work. The least they can do for pet builds to make pet builds strong is to give us a pet attack/move skill. Let's say you have hotkey H or hotkey whatever, hotkey Z, X, whatever. Just pick a hotkey and keybind it. And then when you press this, your pet and your minions, if you have minions, are attacking that target. For example, the dummy. Or they're moving under your cursor. For example, your cursor is here, they're gonna move here. If your cursor is on top of the dummy, they're gonna attack it. Something like that would be something I would like to see in the game. And then pet builds might become pretty decent, because if the pets focus on the same target, they would be very strong. Chinky, Chinky Ank Vinegar. Chinky Ank Vinegar, thank you very much for following me on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. So yeah, pets are not that bad, but the problem is they're just doing whatever they want. They're scratching themselves as if they have lice. They're running around. They're just not doing anything. Ranged pets are nice because ranged pets are at least a little bit quicker to start attacking an enemy, and they don't need to be right next to the enemy to do damage. So the goblin gunners, the skeleton archers, things like that, those are nice pets. Pets I like. I mean, not pets, but minions I like. But the melee minions are just a whole nother story, pretty shitty. Alright, so just a moment, I'm gonna increase my mic maybe a little bit. Let me know if it's not hurt. I'm gonna go and pour myself some water. I'm here in the room. You're probably even gonna hear me pour myself some water. It might sound like pissing. I had a very salty dinner, so I'm very thirsty, and that's probably why I'm very salty myself as well. Salty, bitter, tilted, sour at the same time with the drop rates. The same experience, it's repeating, it's like deja vu. The same experience I had on my sharpshooter is repeating with this hero when it comes to getting items. Or getting the right items. I think I've only gotten one legendary since I started streaming, and that was what, a Stormblade? So how much have I played for? I've played for 2 hours already. 2 hours, 1 legendary. Well, the developers wanted us to get 1 legendary every 2.5 hours. So I'm still not due for another legendary until the next half hour. But I never liked this number. When I heard this number I never liked it. Because we don't have a system to reroll affixes. I wouldn't mind spending 5 or 10 hours per legendary drop if I knew I can reroll my affixes on this item. But the way it's designed right now, you need to give the people more drops. You can get legendaries per map, 1 to 4 legendaries, interesting. I hope you're not referring to contracts, because you shouldn't be getting the legendaries only from contracts. If I have to do contracts to get legendary gear, I wouldn't mind it, but there's gotta be another way to get gear other than contracts. Contracts shouldn't be the go-to. But they should not have nerfed the contracts before fixing the drop rates. This is also another thing. At least we could get some drops before. Now every 200 contract levels I can get 5, 6, 7 legendaries. And it's true. I can get 35 contract levels per map if I'm doing the right map and it's a unique Infamous map. That means 10 maps, around 300 contract levels, and that should be like 10 legendaries. But 1 to 4 legendary per map seems a little bit too good to me. Not sure how you're getting that many. Let's see, can I even kill enough spiders in this map? I don't think this map will be completable because it's spiders, and should have just immediately left this map as soon as I saw it. I'm gonna stop picking up quest items to try and make sure it drops all of them. It's only dropped one so far. And almost 60, almost 60. And Zedicus wants me to give Sky a petting. Sky's in the other end of the room, but if he comes closer, I will give him a neck rub. And Edgar says Railmaster or Sharpshooter and why? Between Railmaster or Sharpshooter, I would pick Sharpshooter because on Railmaster I don't like the trains. I like Slammer builds. But I don't know, there's something about Sharpshooter that I like more about the Railmaster. It's a little bit easier to level up a Sharpshooter in the beginning as well. That's another reason. Railmaster at the start feels a little bit slower to level up until like level 15-20. Alright, there was one quest item I didn't pick up. So if it drops 2 more, I can return and pick it up. If it drops 1 more, I'm not gonna pick up until the last one drops. I'm not sure what you mean getting split monster plus uniques with 50 gear wood in Goblin's map. You have 100% drop. You do know that if you split a monster and it's 50% drop rate, it doesn't result in 100. If you have 50 gear work without the map and the map gives you 50, yeah, then it is 100 gear work. But I'm never gonna push Fazir. I just refuse to push this boring piece of shit mechanic. I don't like it. I just don't like it. It's not my kind of mechanic. The way it's designed. It's too boring. It's too bullet spongy. It takes too long to kill shit. And it's just too many levels. If it was 100 levels instead of 251, maybe I would not have felt discouraged. But when I see such a big number as 251, ain't nobody got time for that. Only people who care about bragging rights would wanna push it. Yeah, even if I can farm stuff, I don't have time to bother with this much Fazir. It's not my type of endgame. Alright, now I have to go back to character selection because it's a broken map. If that's how it is, then it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be in such a way to need to do that one map modifier at the higher levels. Well, I can't say I'm having fun. When I'm not getting gear, I'm anything but having fun. I'm having fun when I can gear up a build reasonably. But a few days ago I almost uninstalled the game, and if I have the same experience again, I'm gonna have to almost uninstall the game again. I always try to keep pushing and keep playing, because there isn't anything better for me to play right now. So even if I uninstall the game, I just don't want to play any of the other stuff right now. I can go back to Baldur's Gate, but I heard there's a lot of bugs, people losing saves, so I'd rather give Baldur's Gate more time. And until Cyberpunk 2077, I'd rather play this game. I'd rather play Torchlight 3 until Cyberpunk 2077, and then by the time I'm done with Cyberpunk 2077, probably Torchlight 3 would be better. But yeah, I'm having fun while leveling up and getting items. When I stop leveling up and I stop getting items, I stop having fun. Because I feel like I'm not progressing. See, the past 2 hours only getting that one Stormblade. hasn't been fun. You got a helmet upgrade, that's nice. I don't like how the game is forcing me to do its shitty Fazir dungeon challenge. I've said many times what would make the dungeon fun for me, but what would make the dungeon fun for me would make the dungeon unfun for other people. It would make it not fun for others. So yeah, my preferences are just different from your average hack and slash ARPG player. And that's it. I've just already accepted that I'm never gonna find a game that does things the way I want them to be done, because my taste is just different. Now, what should I try? Should I try this relic energy generation? Well, basic attacking or this relic energy generation? I'm probably gonna get this for the basic attack damage. Or maybe let's get spread of death 1 point. But wait, I don't think I can poison other than this one. This one can poison, but this one doesn't seem to poison, it just does damage. Let's actually test it. Does miasma poison? I don't think it poisons. I think it does poison damage over time, but it doesn't do poison dot. Real dot, like the debuff itself, the damage over time. It does poison damage every X seconds. But only when they're within the cloud, so I'm not sure whether this would trigger this. I have to test it with spread of death. Let's test it. I'm gonna test it. If I can get spread of death to trigger when I've got miasma on, maybe it's gonna be worth it to keep 1 point for that skill. I don't think it triggers. Doesn't look like it, so yeah, it does poison damage every second, but it's not poison damage over time every second. Oh, my weapon poisons. My weapon actually poisons, so that's why I'm poisoning them. It's not miasma. Let's change my weapon. Yeah, I don't think I can trigger the spread of death with just miasma. No, it's not gonna work. Okay, so let's just remove spread of death. I don't need it. It's only gonna trigger when I do arachnid assault, and I don't want that. One point. Let's put it here. I think this is good enough. Or maybe let's put it here. Oh, wait, I forgot. This requires a staff or rail hammer. If only those relic skills didn't have the requirement to equip a certain weapon, it would have been so much more fun. Now I don't have a spectacle. Okay, let's get a spectacle. Oh, I'm level 60? Oh, nice. I can go back to normal or practice. Wait, what was I about to do? Oh yeah, I was about to remove this. Alright, I'm thinking of testing practice. Ridiculous is just not giving me items, and it's just boring when I'm not getting wood, and it's just I can't bear it. I can't bear this stuff. I'm gonna go back to normal. At least on normal I would be doing more maps per hour, and maybe I can get decent drops that way. And War187 says, in your Zealot Train video you mentioned they were going to change the Electrode Mace skill, so it no longer requires a mace and you can use a sword. Did they change it? No, they decided not to do it. They decided not to go ahead with that change. So what I said in that video was something the developers have mentioned, but they never did it. They decided to just do it differently. What they did change is they did change different things to those passives, and you can just compare the passive back then and compare the passive right now, and they now allow you to use your quas items. Back then you couldn't use a rail hammer, but now you can use a rail hammer on the passive for the relic if you are a railmaster, or you can use a bow with the sharpshooter. So I guess they decided to just do this, do it that way. It would have been nice. It would have been nice if they removed that requirement. There would have been so many more fun builds where you're not getting stuck in using a specific weapon. Especially with the forge. The forge is kind of screwed. Like right now, the forge really has to use the weapon that they're telling him to use. He doesn't have a quite specific one. Oh, let's see if the doom pipe, if the doom pipe is gonna work. I think it's gonna work. So the doom pipe requires level 60 to trigger. Actually no, it's still not working. Doom pipe is still not working. At level 60, doom pipe is not working. So look at that. Just look at the flamethrower card. This is not how doom pipe looks. So it is broken. Not sure what you guys are seeing to tell me that it's working. Maybe you don't know what working doom pipe looks like. That's not what a working doom pipe looks like. The flamethrower car should never use this basic attack. This one. Because every single attack of the flamethrower car should be like this. This is what you should be seeing every single time the flamethrower car attacks. When you have doom pipe equipped or in the legendarium. Let's try wearing it. Let's try wearing it and removing it from the legendarium after this map. Maybe it's just not working when it's in the legendarium. But yeah. Mm, I'm just not seeing it working. That's how it is. It was working with the mortar car. What was happening when the mortar car was being used? Basically, you shouldn't need to press the mortar car active button. You should always, every single time the car attacks, it should be attacking quickly. And that's what should be happening with the mortar car. You should be seeing every single attack of the mortar car when Doom Pipe is equipped being a super quick attack. But yeah, that's not a working flamethrower. No, you shouldn't have to press the button. You should never need to press the button if you have a Doom Pipe. If you need to press the button, then the Doom Pipe is not working. Because do you see what it means? It says car uses its active instead of its normal attack for the next 5 attacks. That's the endurance bonus. It uses the active instead of the normal. But the Doom Pipe says it always gets its endurance bonus when activated. And doesn't spend endurance. So you should need to press it and what? And then it should give you the bonus without costing endurance. Let's see. I'm gonna check it. Before I didn't need to press. I'm pretty sure before I didn't need to press it once. Is it working now? Maybe they changed it. I'm gonna have to let me quickly watch one of my old videos. I'm gonna watch some of my old videos where Doom Pipe was always getting this bonus without you needing to press the button. Maybe it was broken then and it's working now. But okay, let's go. Torchlight 3 build videos. Oh man, don't tell me I deleted my videos. Alright, let's try Blazing Train. Maybe Blazing Train should be... Okay, I'm gonna try and watch this video to see. Here at the end there should be some gameplay. I guess I didn't have the Doom Pipe when recording this. Okay, it's not gonna be the Blazing Train. Let's check my Zealot Train maybe, or my Bane Ductor. Maybe the Bane Ductor. I'm pretty sure I had a build where I didn't need to press the button, it was always attacking like that. Yeah, the Bane Ductor build. That's the one. On my Ancestral Bane Ductor video. I'm gonna actually share it with you so you can see what I'm talking about. This video. I'm gonna mute it because it's probably a little bit too loud. And you can see in this video, look now, I'm not gonna use my flamethrower car and it's gonna use this bonus. Just pay attention in a moment. Come on, start attack. I can't skip through because it's... But yeah, just a moment. You're gonna see it in a moment. When I'm gonna put the flamethrower car up. See that flamethrower car. Now pay attention to the attack of the flamethrower car. I used it once. And now it should start attacking without, without me needing to press the button and using that cooldown. So it was weird, but maybe that was the bug back then and maybe now it's working fine. But look at that. See, I'm not using it, it's not in cooldown and yet it's using that attack all the time. And this felt so fun to play like that. Anyways, let's stop this. I just wanted to show you how it was before. Maybe before is the bug and now is the real fixed mechanic. Maybe now it's working as intended. I'm gonna try mortar car as well later to see. I think they reworked it. Maybe just a moment again. I'm gonna check what was the description of Doom Pipe back when I made that build. Back when I made that build, I think the description of Doom Pipe was different, and that's probably another reason why I might have been confused. So I'm going into the item section. The item section. Just a moment. I'm just looking at that same video on my end to see what the Doom Pipe looked like. See, they reworded it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna post a screenshot. Just a moment. I'm gonna post a screenshot of what I'm looking at right now. They just changed it. They changed it without making a patch note about this. I don't like when they change something this big and don't mention it in the patch notes. So you're gonna see in a moment a screenshot of what the description of the skill was before, and what it is right now. Let me just quickly save it here. Screenshot 1, save. So now I'm gonna show you. This is why I thought it's supposed to work differently, because they just changed it without putting it in the patch notes. So just a moment. Screenshots. See, look at the description now and look at the description before. So look at the description now. I'm gonna show you on screen. And this is what I'm talking about, the difference. And thank you, Rob the Champ. Thank you very much for following me, for following me on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. So if they do such a change and don't mention it in patch notes, and I do read patch notes, I mean, I might have missed it in the patch notes, but I'm pretty sure if it was Mortar Car related and Doom Pipe related and Flamethrower Car related, I would have copy pasted it and put it in my videos. Because anything that's item related, I read twice. And this is the whole problem. When activated, those two words didn't exist before. When activated. And this is the key point here. Now I have to fucking press the button. And that's such a bad nerf. Such a bad nerf. Kinda makes me wanna reroll to a different hero. Even though this is still a strong overpowered build, the Bane Train, they basically did a big nerf to that Bane Train build with Doom Pipe being nerfed that way. But yeah, very interesting change. I mean, it's still good. I still can just keep pressing this all the time, but it's only gonna be every 5 attacks, and now I actually need to put points into Mortar Car now. So I'm gonna remove the points from Shield Car, because I'd rather have this 10% cooldown instead of this 10% crit chance. I'm even going to consider Shotgun Car lower level. We'll see. But yeah, if you've played the old Doom Pipe and you suddenly see this Doom Pipe, you're gonna feel disappointed. Well, I'm gonna stick on normal. Fuck ridiculous. I don't belong in ridiculous with those shitty drop rates. One less reason to enjoy train builds for me. Thankfully they're not nerfing the slammer builds. At least slammer builds are being nerfed in such a way. The train builds are. What's this? A bone razor. See, I switched from ridiculous and I got a wood drop in my first map. Could it be just a random coincidence? Look at that, a second drop. Second drop on normal. After 2 hours on ridiculous with only one Stormblade. 2 hours and a half almost. But yeah, at least I'm not gonna do any more train builds. Unless someone really wants me to do a train build. After I'm done with this train build, I'm not gonna touch train builds for a very long time. This was the one reason I wanted to play train builds was Doom Pipe. The old Doom Pipe, not the new one. Now the only reason I would play train builds is shocking rounds and on proc monster builds like Electrode to get those to trigger hits. Instead of using the trains for damage, to use the trains for proccing. But at least I got to the bottom of it, and I was wondering what people were telling me about Doom Pipe working, and then I realized they just changed the fucking item. It was still not working before level 60 though. Before level 60 I still needed to consume endurance with Doom Pipe. So there's still a bug where if you equip a Doom Pipe in the Legendarium or wear it before 60, you do get your endurance consumed. But at least the thing I thought was bugged, where you have to click it, is not a bug, it's an intended nerf. Kind of very disappointed now though. I mean can't wait to be done with this build when I get all the gear I want and just to move away from this class and go play some Dusk Mage. Maybe that's worth keeping for now. You never know when I'm gonna need another one of those. Well, if it keeps dropping like it has been dropping until now, maybe it's gonna be good to play on normal if the drops are good. But yeah, let's see, what items do I need for this build to be finished? I need Cosmic Helmet, I need Cosmic Gauntlets and Cosmic Shoulders at level 60. Or maybe Boots. Let's say Boots. Actually, yeah, fuck the Boots. I'm gonna get Blue Boots most likely. Seismic Charges is not gonna be a big DPS boost for me anyways. So I'm gonna try and do the usual. Helmet, Shoulders, Gauntlets, and then those can be blue to maximize the DPS. And then I just need a good weapon with 8500 DPS. Attack, I mean, not DPS. And the shield, this shield is good enough. It's got everything I need from a shield. So I've got some time. I've got some time today to farm. Hopefully I can get all the items I need to be done with this train build and move on to Slammer, and then move on to Dusk Mage. I still haven't decided what Dusk Mage I'm gonna do. It's either gonna be Blood Drinker, Cold Heart or Flaming Destroyer, one of those three things. I have to decide. Open to suggestions. If someone wants to see me play a specific type of Dusk Mage of those three, let me know. Oh, the Cold Heart is underwhelming, and I've done a Cold Heart Dusk Mage, but I've done Cold Heart on everything. I can try and do something with basic attacks, maybe with the Digitus if I go Dusk Mage Cold Heart. Maybe pistols and Digitus or something like that. The thing is with Dusk Mage, if you're using basic attacks, you're hurting your build. You're hurting your build because that means every time you're not using a dark or light skill, you're not working towards your harmonic form. And there's no way to charge your harmonic form with basic attacks. So basic attack builds are very bad for the Dusk Mage in regards to harmonic form. But if there was an item that lets you charge the light or dark buff bar while doing basic attacks with Digitus, then that would have been another story. I can't wait for the next items, for the new items to get released, for the new sets, so I can theory craft around those items and see how each build I've made might benefit from those. I have to update every build with some information regarding those items when they're out there. Let's see. See. But yeah, pretty disappointing with all the nerfs. Removing the elemental damage from those passives. One nerf removing that mechanic for the Doom Pipe and forcing you to activate it. Too many nerfs for this build compared to how it was before, but it's understandable. Rexer used such a build to be the first one to beat Fazir 251 back in the test server before the Fazir was even in the live server. And he was using such a build, and they probably said, okay, let's figure out what to do to nerf this build and other builds similar to it. And it probably was super overpowered as a build back then, with the Doom Pipe working the way it did and with getting extra 50% poison damage and stacking poison damage on your items. Must have been super strong. But back then Fazir was more difficult. Back then you didn't get 0.02% monster damage per level, you got 0.5. 25 times more than you get now. So the enemies were really one-shotting you at some of the higher levels. It was almost impossible to do those. Rexter was telling me the hardest thing for him was back then to fight against those poison mechanical spiders, the custodians, the poison custodians. So at least they balanced the Fazir and made it easier to do. Although there's still a lot of damage sponges, which feels boring. But yeah, let's see how many legendaries I'm gonna find for 2 hours on normal, compared to 2 hours of grinding on ridiculous. Let's say I've spent 25 minutes on normal. I haven't timed exactly how much I've spent, but let's say it has been 25 minutes, excluding all the talking and everything. Excluding all the posing. And it's 8:40 my time, so around 10 something. I can check and see how many legendaries I have gotten. I've already gotten one more legendary than I got for 2 hours in ridiculous, so I'm already ahead by playing in this difficulty. It could have been just getting lucky. Yeah, kind of disappointed of changing Doom Pipe without letting us know. But I'm gonna check the patch notes. Maybe I missed the patch notes somewhere. I'm gonna go on Discord where they post patch notes and see if there's something there. Cosmic Pauldrons, 1 out of 3 items I have found. That means I can now finally remove my my chest. Or should I remove the pants? I think I'm gonna remove the chest for now, even though it's gonna lose me a lot of damage. I'd rather get that defense. Daily Ninja says you need at least to use Radiant Blast with tier 1 bonus and Dark Spear to build for Harmonic Form for basic attack. They build more meter per 1 cast because of the dark damage over time. Oh yeah, I know about those two skills. And you can use Entropy. You can use Entropy with 8 seconds cooldown. With actually 7.2 seconds when you get the passive. With Molten Reach. And it's gonna work very well for such a build. It will work well for such a build, but every second I'm not using Radiant Blast and Dark Spear and all the other things. I'm gonna have to lose that speed. Chivakias85, thank you very much Chivakias85 for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club. But yeah, Dusk Mage basic attack builds is something I will experiment with, I guess. See how I'm losing DPS and things like that. By the way, what did I get on this? Block, fire, crit damage, gold work. Now if only I can get a chest piece with flat damage. Wait, I maybe have a flat damage chest piece. This one. Boom. Flat damage. Okay, I'm gonna put this there. I no longer need it. I'm gonna put those there as well. So for now, I I'm trying to get rid of the cosmic pants and replace them, but maybe first I'm gonna replace the cosmic boots with blue boots, because those only give me 178 defense, and that's pretty damn bad. I lost a lot of defense by equipping those shoulders though. A lot of defense. Okay, let's keep moving. I mean, so far it's been much better playing on normal than playing on ridiculous.
Your pet is back.
Oh, what just happened? Chivakias became a member. Chivakias, welcome to the Struck Club on YouTube. Thank you for joining as a member. I really appreciate it. If you need to benefit from some of those perks, such as private tutorials or watching me edit some of my videos, let me know and we can maybe arrange for you and me to have a private session. And if you want to be omitted, for your name to not be set in my videos when I give shoutouts to my members, also let me know. If you're watching, of course, if you're watching my stream. But yeah, really appreciate that, and thank you very much again. Right in the fields is where it struck. I normally started to give shoutouts. Maybe I'm gonna stop telling the names because some people might not like it, but I'm gonna, again, I'm giving members an option if they don't want me to tell their name at the end of the video as a shout out, to tell me. I could just start writing the names instead of telling them verbally, just making a list on screen. I'm still new to that whole thing, so I'm trying to figure out what works best for my members, to not be too intrusive. I didn't see what tier, whether it was tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3, but if you're one of those tiers that that has those perks, the private tutorial sessions for editing that I'm offering for tier 3, or the private streams that I'm offering for tier 2 and tier 3, do let me know. I wouldn't mind arranging some time. But that's very surprising. I didn't expect to get this much better drops this quickly after switching to normal. What do I need? 6 Netherim Essence. I think this is another broken map that will not be completed, but we'll see. I'm gonna give the Netherim time. And I'm not gonna pick up the quest items. I'm gonna try and cheat it. But it's not cheating, it's just cheesing it. It's cheesing it. If you don't pick the quest items, it should start dropping more the closer you are to finishing the quest map. Unless they remove that mechanic. So let's see, if I don't pick up quest drops, can I get all 6? Yeah, just a moment. I want to check quickly on Discord in the patch notes section. Where is it? Torchlight server patch notes. Patch notes. Where is patch notes? Patch notes. There you go. Doom. Is Doom Pipe one word? I think it was one word, Doom Pipe. Yeah, there is nothing in the patch notes channel about Doom Pipe. Let's see if I write pipe. Let's see if I write Doom Pipe together. Okay, it only says updated the wording of Railmaster legendary items Doom Pipe, Shotgunner's Shield and Blast Breaker. Only that. Without any specifics. And that was on the 29th of September. No specifics regarding the changing the mechanic. Because they didn't just update the wording, they straight up changed how the skill works. It's one thing to update the wording, it's another thing to change the mechanic of the skill and update the wording to match this new mechanic. But yeah, interesting. I think it's one of those perfect cases for a nerf no one asked for, but we got anyway. It was so fine before, it was fun. It was actually fun to play Doom Pipe before. Get that one item and let the train do its job, and then use your endurance on other things like hammer spin and busting charge without needing to use the blast breaker. If you had shotgunner shoot and Doom Pipe, you could save your endurance for other things before. Now you can still save it, but you're still gonna have to press it to trigger those. Let me see something. If I do this and activate, does it still activate? Yeah, it still activates. Anyways, another broken map. I'm gonna copy paste Ctrl D and paste it in Notepad and report it after the stream. What's that? Fuzzier? Fuzzier. I have to repeat that map. Actually, I'm not gonna repeat that map, I'm gonna repeat this challenge. That's what I meant to say. If you guys encounter such a map that's broken, don't redo the same exact map, because chances are it's not gonna be completable again and again and again. Just do another one of the three that the Fuzzier is giving you as an option. Which one was I doing? It was one of those. I'm gonna do the Hivit map. The Hivit map shouldn't be broken. Yeah, what's connection to server? But yeah, I'm losing all the will to play this game with all the things that are changing, making it hard to obtain wood, nerfing my favorite skills and favorite items to work in a different way without mentioning there have been nerfs. No one likes a silent nerf. And the worst thing is there isn't anything else for me to play right now other than this. It's not letting me go to my fort, by the way. Let's see. Come on, come on. Okay, here we go. Come on. Nerd Gamer says to enjoy the game you must play it normal. I'm still playing normal and I'm dying a lot. Think about ridiculous. Well, I'm playing on normal right now and I'm kind of enjoying it. But I'm not enjoying when something doesn't work the way I'm used to it working, and when they didn't tell us clearly that it changed, and I had to find out in this way. The only thing they said is they changed the wording, but changing the wording is completely different from changing the mechanic of the skill. And yeah, I got drops on normal. I got 3 drops on normal since I switched. After 2 hours of only getting a Stormblade once in Ridiculous. It's a bit more fun, but still. It's just a train build. I never liked trains. I'm not Sheldon. I don't like trains. Come on. But with the Doom Pipe and the Shotgunner Shield the way they worked before, I did enjoy at least a little bit having those skills in my builds. The weirdest thing is Shield Car still doesn't have an endurance bonus, but the Shotgunner Shield still says that it works for the endurance bonus of Shield Car as well. I'm wondering if they're even considering adding at any time in the future an endurance bonus for Shield Car, like a healing or whatever other type of bonus, maybe a defense buff. Anything good dropping? Still not. I could use some good boots, but come on, health regen, really health regen, that's what it's gonna give me. Nerd Gamer GR says 4 hits and down. How much is your defense if you're down in 4 hits? Or maybe I should ask who is hitting you for this much damage. Maybe it's a matter of a boss, specific boss that you're doing. That's a little bit tougher. I mean, yeah, yesterday when I was leveling up, at one point I had like 9% defense, at one point I had 7% defense, and that's tragic, that's awful. But then I got defenses and my defense is okay now. It's not perfect, because I still have those shitty boots with 178 defense only. And this, which one was full level? This one's fine for 58, this one's 52, so it needs a replacement eventually. This one, I can keep it 59, it's not that big of a difference from 60. Yeah, for now I'm just gonna try and get those items I need. Cosmic helmet, cosmic gauntlets, and blue leg armor with flat damage. Oh, this is a very good item. This is a very good item. Why is it a pistol though? I really wanted some melee weapon. You don't have you don't find good items to replace. See, if it's a blue item you're trying to replace, you can always gamble. If it's a legendary item you're trying to replace, like me, the boots, then I mean you can still try gamble, but the chances of getting the legendary are a little bit lower. Which reminds me, I need to go and do some gambling and collect my bags. I've got 26 contract levels to collect. Let's try and collect those contract levels now that I'm 60. And see what we can get. See what the game would give us. Oh, that sucks. I mean, you saw I was using a level 13 item until like 58 or 59 for a long time. On my helmet, or was it level 11? It was some low level item in any case. Whichever level it was low level. Let's sell some stuff and do some gambling.
Gear for coin, gear for coin.
Let's sell some scrolls as well. I don't need that many. Yeah, see.
Just who I wanted to see. You come back.
Let's see. Come on, come on. See, those green bundles not stacking is a nightmare of a change. Turning the blue bundles that stacked up to 3 and you got 3 in your back in one swat into green ones that don't stack, and you have those green ones take separate swats. Those green bags should stack up to 30, so you can collect it 10 times and not need to go ahead and
Gear for coin. Gear for coin.
and clear the inventory.
Oh, you'll be back. If you have money, I got gear.
Right, how many more are left? Nerd Gamer is saying you will buy Watch Dogs Legion. I already pre-ordered. I've never played Watch Dogs. It doesn't seem like my kind of game. I never played Watch Dogs. Not the first one, not the second one. How many are there? In any case, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it. Maybe I should look into it, but in any case, even if I could buy it, I'm gonna be busy with other games, especially Cyberpunk. Between Cyberpunk and Torchlight 3 and maybe returning to Baldur's Gate 3 when I find time, and who knows what other good games might release soon. Oh, there's 3 games. Okay,
Gear for coin.
3 games.
Gear for coin.
Okay, let's try for boots or helmet first. I'm actually gonna try and get the boots first. Or never mind, let's get the helmet first. Wouldn't mind getting that legendary helmet, and I can then just put some blue boots for now. By the way, what's my current helmet? Defense, fire, defense, defense. It's gonna be hard to beat this one, it's too good. HP on Q. Let's keep rolling, come on. This one is a little bit better than my current one. It gives evasion as well. Not a bad choice. No? Come on. We run out of gold now. Well, I got a good replacement.
With more coin.
You can't cast that spell.
But I can't say I'm gonna get lucky with enchanting. Let's see. But yeah, when playing on normal, the game feels so much more pleasant, because you don't lose damage on normal. I would have liked for myself to do the same damage I do on normal and ridiculous, but the enemy is having that extra not, what should I call it, not defense like now to give them damage reduction, but that extra HP. It's gonna be the exact same results if they had more HP, but you did the same damage instead of them having damage reduction. There's something that feels bad when I see lower numbers on one difficulty than I do on another difficulty, instead of seeing more HP. Because it's gonna be exactly the same result, whether you're reducing my damage by 70% or you're giving the enemy 70% more HP. it's still gonna take me twice as many hits or more to beat it. Unlucky. It's not bad. I'm gonna wear this hat. Roberto Warrenzini says, dude, I really wanna thank you. I'm using your Forged Bane build and it's really funny. Oh, do you mean the spin to win? The Forged spin to win Bane build? It's a very funny build. I actually really enjoyed playing it. There's so much defense you can stack on that build. You have Miasma, you have Poison Nova, you have Vortex Bomb, and you have Power Projection. All of those 4 things give you defense. Yes, Vortex Bomb is bugged, and it doesn't give you physical defense, it only gives you elemental defense. And it can be better when this is fixed. But I'm gonna wait and see how they rework the Forged with one of the upcoming updates when Forged is apparently getting some changes. We still don't know whether there's gonna be big changes, like massive changes, the same way they changed the Railmaster Endurance and they changed the harmonic form of the Dusk Mage. But we know that there will be some big things coming. Maybe not big, maybe at least reasonably big changes to warrant not a rebalance but a rework, because they're calling it a rework, they're not calling it a rebalance. So if Forged is getting reworked, there's gonna be something reasonably big to warrant calling it a rework. And I can't wait, because Forged really needed some loving. Forged needed loving. Pets also need loving, minions need some loving. If it's not a train, the minions are mostly super stupid and they're not doing what you tell them to, because you can't tell them to. And they're just randomly attacking whatever is nearest to them. Sometimes they're standing in one place. The same applies to pets. Pets don't always attack, sometimes they get stuck and just stand in one place. Would love some AI improvements. The Forged aesthetic? What about the Forged aesthetic would you like to see reworked? Elaborate more and share this on Note. The developers love hearing feedback, and now is probably the best time to go on Note and say any Forged related suggestions. Because they're gonna be reworking Forge right now. It's currently in progress. I don't think they're done reworking it yet. So maybe any feedback they can get about the Forge would be really helpful while they're reworking it still. Aesthetically, I guess everyone will be getting some sort of transmogs and things like that in the future. The lightning build in the early access. Which lightning Railmaster build? The train or the chaotic strikes one? And wasting time says he feels empty and alone. Well, there's always multiplayer. We can group up and farm together. If you want to play on a lower difficulty, it would be nice. We can go and do a higher difficulty together as well if you really want to. But yeah, there are things that can be done. There's always multiplayer, unless your internet is bad. I can't remember if it was you or someone else who was saying their internet is bad and they can't play the game in multiplayer. I mean, this game is always better played with others, as long as you have the same pacing. If one of the team is used to playing slower and the other one is used to playing quicker, there might be some desyncs. That's always been like that in games. Any type of game with co-op, if the two people are playing in a different rhythm, if their rhythm doesn't match, there's gonna be some disbalance, this desync in the team. And Roberto says it's the chaotic strike. Daily Ninja doesn't like that the forge looks like an old stove. Well, there were some other items that changed a little bit how the forge looked, but the middle, the chest, has always been this round metal bow. Well, I can see where you're going with that, with saying it looks like an old stove. It's mostly the chest part of things. The chest part of things, but it's its charm. I think they're never gonna change this. The round spherical kind of shape in the middle. They did experiment. We had a tentacle as the the Woku motion. We still have balls like those Star Wars robots. Those types of Woku motions. We have the spider legs. We have the threads. They removed the tentacle. By the way, the Mountain King thingy in the Mountain King Woku motion had three versions: a bow, the tentacle, and the current one. Actually, the current one is the bow. So it had the current one, which is the bow. It had a tentacle, and one more, which I can't remember if it was threads. I think it was threads. And they decide to remove those two to not confuse people, to think they're different items. Maybe later they're gonna reuse them as models for other items, for other sets. I would like to see a Netherim centered set, like every single piece of the armor looking like those Netherim items. You know, you have certain Netherim items like the... I'm gonna try and show you some concept art. Old concept art, just a moment, where was my folder? So, Torchlight 3 Rose, thank it. The September update, not the new one. Actually, it's probably not even there. It's not there, it's in a different folder, just a moment. It's in a very, very old folder that has been collected a long time ago. Was it update 10? Do you see this sharpshooter concept art? The Dark Zealot, the Siegebreaker, the Divine Huntress, that concept art, it's fucking amazing. And I'm gonna show you a little bit more. I'm gonna let you enjoy this for a little while I'm charging my headset. Just a second, I need to plug my headset. But yeah, this Dark Zealot, I wanna see this item made, and I wanna see this kind of Netherim themed set for every hero. And look at this bow. And Roberto is going to eat. Bon appetit to you, Roberto. Enjoy your dinner. There's a little bit more concept art. Look at this one, the Range Stalker. It looks so fucking nice, the Range Stalker. Or the Boat Singer, man. I mean, the Deadeye is also pretty decent. Pretty fun. Then there's... what else was there? This is the current one. This is the concept art for the current one. I'm not sure if this one was that the sharpshooter? That's probably one of the other sets, a green or a blue set. I can't remember. I've been collecting some things like that whenever I see them. So I have a collection of concept arts and things like this from way back. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I can show you another one. But yeah, I would like to see Netherrim themed sets for every hero. Bring it on. It would be amazing. Visually. Alright, enough concept art. I hope you enjoyed the concept art for the sharpshooter. Maybe eventually some of those things from those concept arts will make its way one way or another to us. Either as legendary sets or maybe some other types of sets. And items, because it wasn't just armor on there, on those images. Okay, next stage of the Fazier. And wasting time feels weak, alone, and not strong enough to get out of the bed. Oh, that's interesting. Like, is there nothing that can help? Like some vitamins, some coffee? But you have to get out of the bed to do the coffee in the first place. Maybe put your face in a little bit of cold water. Like, splash some cold water on your face, but again you have to get out of the bed to get the water, unless you have some water nearby. Nerd Gamer is working on my sharpshooter cold hard build. Sometimes when I can't wake up, a little bit of dynamic, fast-paced music can get me going. I'm not sure if it's the same for wasting time, but that's a suggestion. Play something refreshing. Some sort of music can always be very therapeutic. The right kind of music. Nerd Gamer is saying why the death costs so much gold. The death costs 10% of your gold. The more gold you get, the more you're gonna pay. 300 is the minimum, I think, unless they changed it. So if you're doing the story and you die, you have to pay either 300 gold or 10% of your gold, depending what's more. That's why don't stock up on gold. While leveling up, gamble every now and then. If you expect to die, gamble, so you don't lose as much. Get a few thousand, gamble. Back in the day, I used to use the Mapwork scrolls. Back in the day, you could buy Mapwork scrolls for 500 and use them as gold bars. Because you could sell the Mapworks portals for the exact same amount you bought them. Then they changed it. They ruined my gold bar system. I was using Mapworks portals to stash money, and whenever I needed a lot of money for disenchanting items to keep trying to get two of the same affixes on an item from enchants, because we had double socketed and triple socketed legendaries and blue items back then. We now no longer have more than one socket on those, so I no longer need to have that many gold coins. Sorry, I had to mute myself for a quick to rip one out. I'm gonna have to get used to muting my microphone, from the audio interface instead of my headset. With my headset it was simple: flip it up, it's muted; flip it back down, I can talk. But now I have to tinker with those I'm not sure what the right name is, those controllers that I move left right. You got 11,500 gold. Yeah, you're gonna pay 1,050. No, 1,150 if you die with this much gold. That's a lot to pay. You might just go ahead and spend it on gambling for whatever item is your lowest level item, or whatever item you need as a legendary, if you know what items you need for your build. Like for example, you need the infectious shooter. If you're doing a build that is sharpshooter and needs that item, you're gonna wanna gamble for what's its name, for pistols, for one-handed. If you need a doom pipe, you're gonna wanna gamble for offhands, focus items, and so on. But you're working on my sharpshooter cold hard build. Then yeah, you might wanna. Are you gonna use it with scatter shot? First things first, you have to decide: are you gonna use it with scatter shot? If you're gonna use it with scatter shot, you might wanna check if the wingspan drops on lower levels, or whether it's a 60 plus drop. I can't remember. I might check for you later after this map. I'm gonna have to make a video about this, because instead of constantly telling people I'm gonna have to check, I might just make a video and a guide and a list of those things on my website that I can easily check instead of scrolling through patch notes. Come on, game. How many items am I away from my goal? My goal is to get the helmet and the gauntlets of the cosmic set, and then I'm done with the farming. Then I can make the video. I hope I can make this video tomorrow and not touch train builds for a long time. Let's leave the train builds to the Sheldons out there. The next update you can buy spectacles. Well, that's fine. I mean, you can get so many spectacles as it is right now. It's an acceptable change. It's a nice change. It's not something that was really necessary, but okay. I approve this. Being able to buy spectacles is a good quality of life. I'd much rather see other things improve, but okay. It's not something no one asked for. I know many people have been asking for this, so that's a reasonable change to do. I mean, on my sharpshooter at one point I had for 10 days after making the hero on the sharpshooter, I had 60 something spectacles. If I didn't use the spectacles, I probably would have had close to 80. So it's not like the spectacles don't drop. And I like it. I like that the spectacles drop the way they do right now. But being able to buy them, that's pretty decent. Another gold sink, a good gold sink. That's the best thing to actually do. If you don't need to gamble while you're leveling up, and you don't want to lose your money, and you don't want to lose your gold coins if you die. Try to keep your gold coins no more than 3,000. And if your gold coins are always under 3,000 and you're buying spectacles to keep them around that number, then you're always gonna be paying the minimum fee when you die, if you die. That's a very good change. And it will be a huge update. And it's gonna be a huge update because the last couple of weeks they've only been doing hot fixes. I would have preferred after launching the game to give us every week whatever has been fixed, instead of waiting to collect a decent number of fixes for a big patch. I would have preferred the updates to come in smaller installments after launching the game. The first few weeks, because there's so many things that are broken that could have used a hotfix in week 1, a hotfix in week 2, in preparation of the big patch. But still, I appreciate what Extra has done to the game. They're trying their best to fix certain things. I mean, I know it's a small studio and they're humans, they're not robots. They can't, as I said earlier today, wave a magic wand and magically make bugs disappear within seconds. It takes time. It takes time to fix things, and it also takes time to test this thing if it's really fixed for QA. I'm not sure how many QAs there are, whether it's just Lady Godfrey or whether there's other people helping her. But yeah, that's one of the toughest things, making sure that whatever has been fixed is actually really fixed and it's not breaking something else alongside the fix and things like that. Properly testing stuff. Interesting cave breaker, but let's say no. Boom. Oh yeah, I needed to spend my gold coins. Unlucky. I'm gonna do one more map. I feel like I need to go and take a piss, but I really want to complete this map, so I'm gonna hold it for a quick map. Let's try and be quick with this map, because I want to take a toilet break to have a leak. I drank a lot of water. Right before starting my stream, I ate one burger and 2 soups. Tripe soups. Beef tripe soups. And I drank a lot of water. And my stomach was so full I could barely move from all the water. And yeah, I need to go and take a break in a moment. And I'm still so thirsty. And drinking more water. But beef tripe soup is the best hangover soup in my country. Although I didn't have a hangover, in fact I've probably not gotten proper drunk in a long time. Other than the occasional beer every now and then, but just one beer, it's just... It's not much. But yeah, that beef tripe soup we've got here, it's my country's... you know how every country has a hangover cure? Some sort of a drink or a food or a meal or whatever. And in my country it's the tripe soup. And normally people put some chili in it, like grounded chili peppers and some vinegar and garlic. But yeah, it's a weird kind of thing. Just for some foreigners, just the sound of beef tripe soup would sound disgusting, and it might even look disgusting to some people. It's like something you either like it or you hate it. That's that kind of food. If you grew up as a kid eating that, you probably eat it as an adult. But man, when you have a hangover and you get all the sour and spicy And the garlic, it really gets your blood flowing from the spicy, and the sour gets rid of the alcohol gases and stuff, and it really cures that damn hangover. And it's nothing better than tripe soup and beer. In my country, for example, on a Sunday morning, on a hangover, you have a nice cold beer along with the tripe soup and your hangover is cured. And you're ready to start drinking again. But alright, enough tripe soup jokes. Let's try and kill some more enemies quickly. Daily Ninja says, can all armor pieces roll main stat max health? Well, I'm pretty sure if it can roll defense, it probably can roll max health. I know every single item can roll evasion and block chance, because I've seen it on every type of item, or maybe not. Let's check. I've seen it in here, 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 and I've seen it in here. I'm not sure about like armor with block chance and evasion. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I've seen leg armor with HP, I've seen chest with HP, and I'm pretty sure I've seen shoulders with HP, or maybe not. See, that's something, I'm gonna put it in a list. I'm gonna make a new document now. And I'm gonna write this question: can all armor pieces roll with max HP? I'm making a list of things I would like the answers of, and I'm gonna send this to the community manager, and she can send it to other people that are in charge of this. She asked, she offered if I need some sort of information, and other people, other content creators, if they need some sort of information about the game, to ask if something's not clear. So I'm gonna take them up on that offer and make a list of certain things. So if you have any other questions like this, feel free to feed those questions to me, and I'm gonna try and relay them and maybe get the answers for those. So the hotfixes are coming on Tuesday. Will that be the big patch or the hotfixes though? Is the big patch next week, or is the big patch week after that, and the hotfix is on Tuesday? Because see, if they're making a Halloween patch, they would want to patch it before Halloween, and Halloween is next Saturday. So they're definitely gonna make the big patch next week by my prediction. Like a week ago I said it's either gonna be this week or next week when this would be happening. And if it wasn't this week, because it's already Friday, and they already did a small hotfix this week, it only leaves next week. If they're gonna give us patches. I mean, they're probably gonna give us a test server. They did mention that soon we will have access to the public test server to test new things. But will it be the new pets? Would it be today? What if they let us go into the public test server today, and then during that weekend we can play on that server and test all the new items, so that before the hotfix, the patch, or whatever is gonna happen next week, we can report maybe some bugs and things like that. And Ranko says, for each class, what is your current favorite class relic combination? Electrode for each class. Hands down, Electrode is my favorite combination, but it's also my least favorite because it hurts my eyes. It's my favorite relic, but it really hurts my eyes when I play Electrode for a long duration of time, for a few days in a row. And it's not because I'm struck and that I enjoy the, the Electrode. It's just because I love how nice it works with procs and stuff like that. And there's many ways you can build it, and Lightning Strike is my favorite thing in the Electrode. Shocking Force, the basic attack synergy of Electrode, surprisingly good one, surprisingly good and fun one as long as you play with a mace or something else close range. Digitus can also be a good synergy on a Dusk Mage with basic attacks on the Electrode. Nerdgamer says, I want you one day to play Sharpshooter. I played Sharpshooter. I started and I played for like 10 days. I played Sharpshooter for 10 days. My Electrode Sharpshooter that I started early. I played for 9 days, and for the 10th day I played the Flaming Destroyer. So for 9 days I played Electrode, and on day number 10 I played Flaming Destroyer. After starting, I started a few days before the game launched. After the wipe, I had like 3 or 4 days of playing Baldur's Gate 3. Because yeah, I knew there was gonna be a wipe and so on, so I was okay, let's not play after the wipe until I'm done with Baldur's Gate 3. And yeah, then I was done with Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit sooner than I expected, and I was like, okay, let's go back to Torchlight, maybe start working on my first Sharpshooter. War 187 says, I have stopped playing as much now. They really need to add some new endgame content. Fuzzier is really boring now. This is what I've been saying for months, ever since the Fuzzier was added. In fact, even before they added the Fuzzier, when they showed us some concept work in progress, I had my concerns. And I in detail wrote about some of the things that make the Fuzzier boring and some of the things that might result in players quitting the game if they only launch it with the Fuzzier in the current state it's in. So yeah, that's kind of... I had concerns, and my concerns actually ended up becoming true. Launching the game with just Fuzzier was not enough for the majority of the players out there, because I know what players like. They may not like what I like, but many of them want endgame variety. And people were spoiled and want more endgame, and I understand that. It's unreasonable nowadays to expect gamers to want less. Because they've been spoiled, I've been spoiled. I also want a game to launch at least with 2 completely different types of endgame. Even if one of the endgame is going back in the story zones and killing enemies that scale with your level, it's still better to have that than not have it. And we could have had it. Because it wouldn't have required much development to make something like that, where they already have the zones, they already have the enemies. And the only thing they needed to come up with was code that scales the enemy levels to the player level. And that might not have been a complete endgame activity, but it still would have been better than only giving players the Fuzzier. But again, it's happening exactly as I predicted it will. People are playing the game for 1 or 2 weeks, then they're getting bored because Fuzzier is not enough for them. Because they're just getting bored of doing the same thing over and over again. And because Fuzzier by itself, it's not a perfect system. It's in fact a very bare bones endgame kind of system, with very underwhelming things. Alright, as I said, I need to make a quick peace break. I've been holding it for a while, so I'm gonna quickly go take a leak. I'm gonna put the BRB screen. And if you're on Twitch, I can run some ads for you. but if you're not on Twitch, then you're gonna have to watch this this screen. So be right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Now let's go back into the game. Clicking here. By the way, to anyone who has listened to me before and it's not here for the first time, is my voice sounding a little different today with my new microphone? I spent a lot of time today tinkering with my equalizer on my sound interface, and I'm not sure if I did a good job. Maybe there's a way to make it sound better. I also tinkered with voice meter. Normally my voice meter is here. On my old microphone, that's how my setting was. This is the default setting, and I keep it here. I guess this is the best way to keep this, but this is with voice meter, it's not with my sound interface. I'm not sure what I increased. I think I increased the middles and the lows a little on my sound interface, but I'm not a specialist, so I was just listening and playing it by ear. My voice is clearer now than before. And actually it's a cardioid microphone, and normally those only pick up in front of the microphone and on the sides, but not in the back. And I'm actually talking very far from the microphone. I thought I would need to keep it very close, but I guess it's sensitive and I can keep it far away. So that's fine. I'm still experimenting. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna tinker more. I just wanted to know if there's a noticeable difference to that one. I'm still using some entry-level stuff. I'm using Behringer XM 8500, and I'm using the Zenix 802. So pretty much a basic entry-level equipment. Decent priced for someone on a budget. I decided to get something that's worth it for someone on a budget. It's cheap, but not too cheap. But it definitely gives good quality. At least I hope it gives good quality. I've played around and to me it seems like it's better. But appreciate you telling me your opinion, because it's after all you guys that are hearing me. I mute myself so I'm not hearing my own voice, because it sounds weird to me when I'm hearing my own voice. But yeah, it's all about you guys hearing better sound now. Hopefully side noises are not heard as much. Although when I was recording earlier, I was able to to hear my own mouse clicks. So my microphone still picks up my keyboard clanking and mouse clicks. And probably the only way to avoid this is to reduce the sensitivity and put the microphone very close to my mouth. But I don't like having to hug the microphone. Just not my way of enjoying how it is. I'm gonna see though, maybe one day I will try it. Maybe one day I'm gonna put the microphone exactly in front of my mouth or next to my mouth. So I can talk very close to it. But yeah, if I talk like this, now I'm right in front of the microphone, I'm talking a little bit quieter, and now it's probably gonna sound much better. But yeah, I'd rather talk from a little bit of a distance and raise my voice a little. Okay, we beat Kronk. My pet is still resting, so I'm gonna wait for this pet to return. Maybe get rid of this Stormblade, because yeah, there we go. But look at that, I'm getting so many more drops in normal compared to ridiculous. How is that even legit? How? I'm just wondering why that's even possible for me to get this much more drops in normal compared to ridiculous. There's gotta be something wrong with ridiculous. For less time than I spent farming in ridiculous, I've gotten 5 or 6 times more the items. If this is not broken, I don't know what is. Oh, extreme close-up? Interesting. I'm not picking up the items until it drops a bit more of those. But Rachno2, about your comment regarding Electrode for all classes, I like Bane on train builds. I don't like train builds, but if I were to do a train build, I would pick the Bane. That's your meta relic for a train build. Another good relic for a train build is the Flaming Destroyer. Flaming Destroyer is another good relic on any class. Just you asked me which relics I like the most, and that's why I said Electrode. I thought you wanted me to give you just the relic I like the most for each class. Flaming Destroyer is good, and I really like it. I really like Blood Drinker for builds that are a little bit squishier. So Blood Drinker is not gonna give you as much damage on a Dusk Mage and a Sharpshooter as Flaming Destroyer or Electrode, but Blood Drinker will make those squishy classes get a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage reduction every now and then. So it's good if you feel like your class is squishy and you want to play a little bit of a less glass cannon version of it. I've enjoyed that. I've tested every single relic and class combo, all 20 combinations, so I can tell you how each of them felt to me as a setup. And I definitely agree that that every relic can be fun, even though the Cold Heart is super underpowered right now and could need some changes. I'm gonna wait to see if they're gonna rework the Cold Heart with the next update. At least not rework, but rebalance certain things. The Forged is getting a rework. Is it gonna be with this next patch, or is it gonna be in a future patch? Time will tell. But one thing's for sure, the Forged and Cold Heart are kind of the underpowered, the underdogs here, from both the classes and the subclasses. I mean, Forge can be super strong if you focus on the defensive sides and then use a strong relic like Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. And then, but then you're losing the whole class identity. You're basically playing the Flaming Destroyer or the Electrode instead of playing the Forged. So it's becoming Forge is becoming the subclass instead of the main class if you play it in such a way. And Flaming Destroyer and Electrode both can be super good for DPS builds where you're focusing on the relic. I mean, just the fact that I was able to make a melee build with mace on a sharpshooter with that Electrode, just this is super fun. It's super good knowing that a ranged character like the sharpshooter can be played as a melee and feel good and strong and feel like I'm doing decent damage. In fact, I felt like I'm doing more damage than my other Electrode sharpshooter builds, which were targeted strikes kind of shooter one, and the other one was a summoner one. And both of those felt a little bit weaker than the melee one, because the melee proc, the melee basic attack proc on the Electrode is just so good. I mean, I can go and show you later, maybe close to the end of the stream, just so you can see something. In fact, I can log in quickly on the sharpshooter and go to my fort, so you can just see. You can see how much he can proc certain things. I'm just gonna show you on the test dummy. I'm not gonna do a map, just on the test dummy. Although if you want me to, I can do a map quickly. I can quickly just show you one single map, just so you can see what this one can do. But first I'm gonna show you on the dummy. On the dummy, this is ridiculous, just so you can see what I'm talking about when it comes to proccing with this basic attack. And yeah, I wouldn't recommend starting on ridiculous because it will be boring, and if you don't care about your bragging rights, the batch. You see what's happening here? This dummy is getting obliterated. And that's without even using Clockwork Storm. I'm gonna just quickly start some map. Just some random map, just to show you. Just so you can see what this guy can do. This is level 42, stage 42, just so you can see this guy with the melee on stage 42 Fazir. I've actually not played this guy on Fazir, I've only played him in Mapworks portals, but I know how quickly I was clearing Mapworks portals with the other builds when I was recording for the build videos. And I know how quickly I'm clearing with this guy, and this guy actually has shitty defenses, maybe. It could get some more defense. Look at my physical, 17%, that's terrible defense. But even then... Okay, I need to get into shape here. You see, this is on 42. And look at how quickly it's destroying the enemies around me without even focusing my DPS. I'm probably not the best person to play that. But just look at how many times it's proccing certain things. And it's very good for survivability because I'm reducing the damage the enemies do, and I'm also reducing the damage I take. Okay, I'm gonna do one more pack of enemies and then go back to the Railmaster. Let's just do this one pack of enemies here. I want to get them together so you can see. You see what I'm talking about? How quickly I bursted that one shaman there with 1000-volt burst and everything. And you're gonna be getting 1000-volt burst very often. Especially if you, for example, if you replace Wokowai Storm with something like Conjure Electrode or Chaotic Strikes, this can be even stronger. If you play it as a Chaotic Strikes build, you're gonna be able to dump your relic energy quicker. And build this one quicker. Alright, back to the Railmaster. And this build was so fun. So fun. I was able to stand within the storm fields with my shitty defenses. You saw how little my defense was. I was still able to stay in the storm's end, or Stormbringer, or whatever it was, because I was reducing the damage the enemies take, and I was reducing the damage I take by 50% each. Very fun build. The melee adventurer. Let me see if I've missed some comments. That BRB screen can trigger seizures. Alright, I'm gonna remember that, and I'm gonna change. This BRB screen is not made by me. Normally some other things I've made myself. Basically, I'm gonna make myself a new BRB screen tomorrow. If I don't get all the items I need today, I'm gonna go into After Effects tomorrow and make myself a new BRB screen. Something like I'm gonna make myself something like this, like the starting soon, but instead of starting soon it will be BRB. But yeah, I can understand how this this flashing lights all the time would be a little bit boring. It was long ago when I started streaming. I was using a template because I was using Streamlabs OBS. I'm now using Stream Elements, and this was one of the themes in Streamlabs with that BRB screen. I can make it. I just haven't gotten down to playing much on After Effects to do certain things, but I can do it. I'm gonna have to reinstall Saber again. It's a great plugin. To anyone who's a content creator, there's a very nice plugin called Saber for After Effects, and this allows you to make amazing things. There's a ton of tutorials how to use it online, but you don't even need a tutorial much. But yeah, you can play around with it, make all sorts of different outlines and things like that. But thank you for that feedback. I really appreciate when people tell me about something that they don't like on my stream, so I can improve it. The BRB screen being annoying and triggering is something I have suspected and known for a long time, and hearing someone actually mention this now makes me wanna go ahead and make myself a new BRB screen that's gonna be homemade rather than used from a template. And Ragnar is asking for starting level. Is it better to rush the game or on normal or play through on ridiculous? You can rush it on normal, you can rush it on practice. Again, it's better to do on easier difficulty, but you're losing your bragging rights. you're losing. I can't stop because that enemy is gonna catch up with me. But you're losing this thing, this badge. This badge is visual and people can see it next to your name. So this badge represents the lowest difficulty you have played on this hero. Not on the account, but on the hero. So maybe on your first hero you can have a shitty badge, like normal or practice or hard. And then for another hero later on you can try and level up from ridiculous once you have unlocked some items for your legendarium. But yeah, if you don't care about visual bragging rights and you just want to play for fun like me, then start on normal or start on hard. Maybe I'm gonna suggest start playing on hard. And if it's too difficult, switch to normal. If you want even quicker, go to practice. Basically, the harder the difficulty, the more enemies, which would mean more XP you're gonna get because there's more enemies. But that also is gonna make the fights longer, the harder the difficulty. So on lower difficulties, you will feel like your content is out leveling you because you're not getting as much XP, because there's not as much champions and as much enemies as on the harder difficulties. That's why when playing on a lower difficulty, contracts are a great way to catch up with your levels. For example, let's say you're level 20 but you're fighting in a level 23-24 map and you feel, okay, my gear is shitty, I need some level ups and I need gear from items from enemies that are at that level, at my content level. You can collect some contract rewards and you're looking for Mapworks portals. I'm gonna try and show you, just let's get away from this one. You're looking from contracts that would give you this, Supplier or any type of Mapworks portal. While leveling up, those portals are the best thing probably to let you quickly catch up if you're falling behind on your levels. So normal is great, practice is also decent, hard probably is not that hard to level up for a new player, and I think hard is probably the perfect balance between difficulty, challenge and pushing through the story very fast. So maybe for a new player that's what I'm gonna suggest if they don't care about the bragging rights. Other questions, Grizzly already said he doesn't recommend ridiculous. Yeah, I agreed with that. He did it on one character just to have the badge next to the name. Yeah, there's actually a bug right now that allows you to play on a lower difficulty, then switch to ridiculous before reaching the end game and change your badge back to ridiculous. I'm not sure how it's done and I'm not gonna try to replicate it because it might be considered an exploit. So I'm not gonna bother trying to do it. But someone reported this bug, that their badge from a certain difficulty went back to ridiculous. Are the rewards, do the rewards change if you change difficulty? Yes, not the wood, but on higher difficulties you do get more items. Not better items, more items. More items means more chances to get better items. So if you're getting 20% more items overall, that means 20% more chances to roll for good items. You also get more fame. Practice gives you 3 times less than ridiculous, last I checked. I'm gonna ask the developers, okay, that's something that I need to put in the list. Exact fame gains on each difficulty for purple, yellow, green. I mean, I can test this myself, but it would be nice for the devs to pull this info for us. But yeah, you're getting on practice 3 times less fame, and fame is needed to level up your contracts. And contracts is like a free forever, free for everyone battle pass. So on ridiculous you're gonna be getting more contract levels, but yeah, you have to find your balance with speed and XP and fame. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I'm enjoying playing on normal because I've been getting a lot of rewards. By the way, while doing the story mode, you're gonna notice that you're getting much more drops than while doing the end game. Maybe that's gonna get fixed with next week's patch. I mean, Extra are trying their best to improve the game. They're soaking up the feedback. There's things I don't like in the game right now, and there's always been something I may not like, but overall I really hope people are enjoying this game as much as I am, even in its badly done endgame, or I'm not sure what the right way to call it is. Not rewarding enough endgame, or whatever the right way to explain it would be. But yeah, right now the end game is just it's just boring, and there's no real reason to make it push further other than bragging rights. Yes, it is becoming challenging, so if you want to challenge yourself, that's probably another reason. If you feel like standard maps are too easy for you. But in general, certain things need to change. Like, look at this enemy, this angered ancestors. When you're playing in multiplayer, this can be so deadly because you can stack 4 of those in the same place, and they walk through walls. But I also appreciate that they're trying to do endgame the way it hasn't been done. They're trying to do rifting in a new way. They're not trying to reinvent rifting. They're just trying to do different things. They're trying to do rifting in a unique way that's kind of different than other people have done it. For now, it's not working very well. I've played rifting done much better in many other games. But again, this is something that's relatively new, like probably 3 months old, on the live server as a system, maybe less. I'm not sure when Fuzzier came. Did it come in August? I think it was around August, somewhere around August, when they introduced the Fuzzier dungeon to the broad audience, to everyone as a patch. So less than 3 months, but soon 3 months since the Fuzzier exists as a concept in the live server. So if it's relatively new, I can understand why they haven't had time to make a new endgame mode yet, because they've been busy with other things and trying to fix this one to be a little bit better on launch than it was when it first got added. And yeah, the Fuzzier actually did improve. They did rebalance certain things, they rebalanced certain affixes, they rebalanced the damage that the monsters do as you go further. But the core of the Fuzzier remained the same, and which is why it might feel very boring to some people. The rewards remain the same, 0. 0 rewards for reaching certain checkpoints. Let's keep moving. But one of the things I dislike the most in this game is the difficulties. I'm not sure if I like the game more when you only have one difficulty, but maybe I did. Maybe I did like it more when you only had one difficulty. Because that one difficulty we had back then didn't feel as boring as ridiculous feels like now. It didn't feel like the fights are taking too much longer than they need to be. And I didn't see my damage getting reduced. There's just something that messes with my mind when I know if I go in a lower difficulty I'm gonna see a bigger number than I'm gonna see on the higher difficulty. Rather than the enemy just having more beef and still doing my same damages on the lower difficulty and still seeing those same big numbers. But just needing to do more hits or the same amount of hits but without... I mean, I already talked about this earlier. I already talked about the same thing earlier. If I'm doing 30% of my damage on ridiculous, I'd much rather do 100% of my damage but the enemies have more HP and still take the exact same time to kill. The TTK, the time to kill, to be the same, but to be doing the exact same damage I do on the other difficulties. So I can see the exact same number on my screen. This is really messing with my head when I'm seeing different numbers in the different difficulties. Here's the system. In fact, it's probably one of the first games that I'm seeing doing it that way, when the enemies just get damage reduction instead of the enemies having resistances that you have to negate by playing different elements and things like that. But then the rock paper shotgun system I'm not a big fan of, because that pushes you into only using certain weapons and certain items. And it works in games like Borderlands 3 amazingly well. Because in games like Borderlands 3 with the change of scroll bar, for example, you can use your scroll bar or 1, 2, 3 or whatever your hotkey is, and you can quickly switch from weapon 1, weapon 2, weapon 3, weapon 4. And then you can have a weapon that is good against armor, a weapon that's good against shield, a weapon that's good against flesh. It works well in those games. But when a game like this is rock paper scissors, then it becomes a little bit of shit. I forgot to bring my item that does this elemental damage, and that enemy is immune to the other elemental damages I've got, and things like that. So I understand why they're not doing the rock paper shotgun kind of thing. What was it? Rock paper scissor Spock, something like that.
Your pet has returned.
I was trying to get my weapon enchanted and I didn't have enough gold coins. I should have enough now. Fire. Oh, nice. Finally. Now, if only this wasn't a ranged weapon, so I can get the damage reduction buff. Now I'm gonna get rid of this and get this, because I need that cooldown. One respectacle, really? Might as well collect the blue one. I'm actually gonna consider keeping this. Crit chance, crit damage. Actually, I've never seen a weapon with crit chance and crit damage wrote at the bottom, and I've always wanted to compare triple flat with a flat crit chance, crit damage. I'm gonna test it in a moment. Let's quickly put my skill points. I just wanted to see if my DPS would, the paper DPS, the one I see in my character sheet, will be higher. So let's try and enchant it and life bind it. Let's life bind. Now let's watch those numbers. 13,521, 11,535. And that's when my crit is 260, 26. Yeah, definitely FUT is better. FUT is justice in this game. I might as well keep this one for some sort of weird testing eventually. You never know when I'm gonna wanna test something like that. Something happened though, I haven't seen a legendary drop in a long time. Maybe I just need to start doing the maps quicker.
If you think you can take it. Your pet has arrived.
Nerdgamer says, okay. He says, okay, that's the final comment I've not seen. Come on game, it's 10:20 p.m. but maybe today I can stream for a little bit longer than normal. Because my family members are visiting other family members in a different city. This annoying skeleton. See, they need to start despawning this skeleton when we beat the boss. So legendary dropped, not the one I wanted, but still legendary, even though it's a cave breaker. Cave breaker is probably the most dropped item since the wipe for me. I don't think I've gotten any other legendary more than the cave breaker, which reminds me I might get rid of some cave breakers. Even the Sneku stick hasn't been dropping as much as the cave breaker for me since the wipe.
Think they made a cutscene for that
And the
one?
stone blade has probably been by second most dropped item for me. But again, the thing is, we notice those items more than other items, not only because they drop the most, but also because they drop the most and drop for every class. So for example, on my sharpshooter I was getting a lot of storm driver bows as well, but I can't get storm drivers when playing other heroes, and when I'm switching heroes, I'm definitely the things that stick out are storm blade, Sneku stick, cave breaker, and in general things that that are not class specific. But those four are the things that drop the most. Stormbreaker, Snakewood Fire Starter, and the Cave Breaker. Those 4 things. They drop the most from all non-quest specific items. Even the set items like Woods Beast, Arc Powered, and Skittering don't drop as much as those. And the other non-quest specific items. So yeah, even though the developers confirmed on stream live confirmed that every single item has the exact same drop chance, I just can't explain it why some items constantly keep dropping for everyone more than others. It's like the dice is rigged. It's like the dice is hollow in one side and it always falls on the other side. That's not hollow. Even though they're saying that all the drop rates are exactly the same and they confirmed it and made sure that that's the case, that there's no bug there. I just can't explain it why this is happening. Wait, I missed a bunch of goblins here. See, on this map getting goblins is actually a nice thing. I don't want to pick up the pancakes until I've seen them drop a little bit more. Oh, they're dead. 3 pancakes. This map I'm gonna be able to complete. If I already have 3 out of 8, and I make sure I don't pick up until the whole group is dead. I think I can maybe try and pull them over here. Get those 2 through. Come on, where's the pancakes? No pancakes. Maybe I shouldn't have picked the first 3 pancakes. Alright, one more. And Daddy Ninja says maybe on paper they have it the same rate for everything, but the coding is doing something fishy that it suddenly favors the first item on the list or something like that. Maybe I mean I don't know how it is, because it's not just one item on the list. It's those 4 or 5 items that we keep seeing all the time. Snakewood, Cave Breakers, Stormblades, Fire Starters, and there was 1 or 2 more items that I'm seeing much more often. Who knows? Definitely not us, because I don't think they've enabled modding in the game yet. They did promise there will be modding. I'm not sure if the game is open for modding still. But when they open the game for modding, people would be able to just dig in and check what exactly is happening and what the drop rates of certain things are. And maybe change those things. Firewall, a new affix. It's been a while. Since I've seen this drop. See, I always wanted to try and do some sort of flaming destroyer firewall basic attack build with the fire starter. The problem is you have to wear the fire starter. I don't think it's gonna work if the fire starter is in the legendarium. Let's test it. I'm gonna go ahead and test it right now. Instead of theorizing if it works or not, I'm gonna see which one can be in the legendary. Normally with the Bone Razor Bone Walker, the Bone Razor could be in the legendarium, but with this one I think this needs to be in the legendarium and the other one needs to be equipped. Let's see. And just grab a fire starter. Any fire starter should do. So first I'm gonna equip this and check legendarium fire starter. Let's remove this and check. See, it's not changing visually. I need Respectacle. Shit, I really don't wanna lose a point. I don't think I've got Respectacle, but I've got enough fame to get one. Oh no, I don't. Damn. Now I can't test it. I can't test this. I'm gonna test it later. I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna keep those in my inventory. Let's get some fame and test it.
I mean, what could go wrong? Nicely chosen.
The humble approach without bounds. Sounds like a nice one. But this RNG, come on RNG, don't read this bet to me. Second hero in a row. They just have to open the public test servers, and for people like me, keep those test servers open at all times. I will be reporting bugs as much as I can, as long as they keep the test realms open all the time. I can just play with the cheater NPC in that test realm and try and get some items from the cheater NPC. I'm so close to just going and farming into level 45 zones and maybe getting those cosmic items there in those level 40 something zones. Let's see. Oh wait, I replaced my Doom pipe. But come on, stop spawning. forgot to place back my doom pipe. Oh, I'm done with this map.
You can't carry anymore.
Nice. Did I get enough fame now? Maybe a Respectacle. If it dropped a Respectacle, it would have been even better than fame. Oh, and the thing is, I'm gonna need 2 Respectacles. One to test Venomous Maw with the bomb, Razor Bomb Walker, and another one without it. To remove it. Yeah, I wasted so many Respectacles on my Sharpshooter. 60 plus Respectacles the other day. Testing the first build, and then testing the basic attack build, and then testing the second basic attack build. And then testing certain things within those.
Your pet has arrived.
Oh,
Ho, ho, ho. What will it be?
Let's do this. Come on. Vote. I summoned the voting gods and they made it into vote. What the? Why can't I move? Was I immobilized or something? Overtime 10:37. Come on. Give me that helmet, come on. It's time today to get that helmet. Maybe I should just start picking up every single item and keep my pet with the bartering thing. And just get coins. Just get coins and then start gambling until the helmet drops. Instead of relying on drops from monsters. Yes, I've been getting better luck with the gambler than doing Fazier. Gamer says, should I sell or spend the items to the tree of work? Well, this is up to you. I mean, do you want that extra gear work? Do you want your tree to become big? I personally don't like tree of work level 5. It's too fucking big. It covers my whole screen. I like tree of work level 4. It's just the right amount of size for me. I wish I could have tree of work level 5 that looks visually like level 4. Like allowing me to scale back on the visuals. So I think monument should be done in such a way that once you reach a certain level of the monument, you just unlock a new visual for that, and it lets you pick which visual. If I want it to look like a sapling, let me. If I want my monument to look like one of the other ones, let me do it, but let me still benefit from the bonus of leveling up that one. Because bigger is not always better for some monuments for me. That's at least how I think regarding the monuments. I love the tree of work, but not the level 5 one, because even with the zoomed in camera it still makes it harder to see things placed behind it, directly behind it. And this is just eliminating a lot of things. It's limiting the options where to place the tree of work. If I place it in the middle, the things right behind it are not gonna be seen. If I place it in a corner, okay, then it's fine, there's not gonna be anything behind it if it's one of those back corners. But that's not really where I want to keep that tree. I want to keep it very close to my Fazir's dungeon and to my stash and to my enchanting altar, so that when we're partying up and doing stuff, people can easily buff themselves from my tree. Right now I've put it as far away as possible so people don't level up my tree, because I'm not gonna have a way to de-level it. If I see it at level 4, I'm gonna immediately remove it and put it back into the stash so people don't level it to level 5. If you wanna throw me now, go and find my fort. Go and find my fort and level up my tree to level 5. That's gonna be kind of annoying. But yeah, here's a suggestion how you can throw me. But yeah, I personally don't think 5% gear work will do that much of a difference. Just by playing on Ridiculous you get 20%. Having one more person in your team, that's another 15% if you're in the same zone. If you put an item in someone's tree of work right before going into the map, you can get 16 or 20 if that person's tree is maxed out. The percent you get depends on the item rarity that you sacrifice to the tree, and also on the level of the tree of that person. When you're playing multiplayer and you sacrifice an item and you get a buff. But this is something underwhelming. The buff should be longer. The buff should be 900 seconds or 750 seconds. The gear work bonus that you get. Right now it's super short. Okay, let's see. Is that a boss fight now? I think I've unlocked the boss fight. And I'm not sure what you're referring to max damage. With scatter shot I used to be able to do 3 million something damage on practice and normal. Take 30% of this and you get the damage you can do on Ridiculous with scatter shot, with the wingspan rifle. And that was without a min-maxed build, with a one-handed weapon, I think. I'm not really sure, but yeah, that seems to be it. But that's not the max DPS, it's just the max damage per hit, but not the max damage per second. Scatter shot wingspan requires a lot of time to charge up, and during that time, if you don't have anything doing damage, you're basically doing 0 damage while charging up. So it's not everyone's cup of tea doing. Oh, finally a spectacle. Okay, let's test. Let's do science. Let's do science. I'm gonna remove. Let's remove this point for now, because it's not gonna impact my passives. And let's put 1 point into Venomous Maw. And now let's put. I wanted to test Firestarter here to see if. So Venomous Maw right now gives me. Oh, fuck. Great Balls of Fire 1 time. Great Balls of Fire 2 times. Now, time for another test. What? That doesn't work. This shit doesn't work. Unless you're using a melee weapon. Okay, let's let's try equipping another melee weapon. Now it worked. See, now it worked. So it doesn't work with ranged weapons. Okay, I found a bug. Let me just write it down so I don't forget to report it later. Fire Whoa Starter Ranged Basic Attack Book. Okay, now let's see if I can have both things in my Legendarium and still get the bonus. Wait, why is Venomous Maw doubled? Why is Venomous Maw doubled? Since when? When did they change it? Oh, it's the tier 1 bonus. How did I get my tier 1 bonus with 1 point? Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, this makes sense. I was wondering since when is the tier 0, the tier 0 double. That means with one cast I get both of those things. It's shooting 2 of them. This is actually pretty interesting. Getting 3 charges with one cast without having them, without having healer equipped. Alright, let's see if they change the Bone Razor Bone Walker to work this way too, because it didn't used to work that way before. Maybe they changed it. Bone Walker, Bone Razor, and equip.
You can't cast that here.
I can't count how many skeletons, but I think we've got them all. Have we got the archers? We've got the archers, right? Yeah, we've got them all. 10 skeletons. So they fixed it. They fucking fixed it, and now I no longer need to wear Bone Razor or Bone Walker, and I can have both of them in the Legendarium. Oh boy, this was so nice. Before you needed to wear the Bone Walker, and before you needed to wear the Firestarter. And it's very underwhelming when you have to wear the Firestarter. With the Bone Walker it's fine because the shield is actually decent. It can get some good rolls on it. It can get you chance to slow and stuff like that. Alright, so enough science, enough science. I tested what I needed to test. In fact, I ended up testing more. You gotta love testing stuff like this every now and then. Just wondering what to get rid of. Get rid of this.
If you think you can take it,
Your pet is back.
a fine choice.
But yeah, that is definitely a good find. A pretty hidden bug. I don't think that's a bug. That might be unintended behavior, because we've been asking for this in a long while. But the bug that I found was that you can't trigger fire starter with ranged weapons. Oh shit, I've got the Bone Razor Bone Walker, but I forgot to replace him. But yeah, I can now do a basic attack build with Firestarter on a Flaming Destroyer. A Flaming Destroyer, basic attack Firestarter, and Bomb Walker shoot. In fact, I might do a mage basic attack build next. On my mage, I might do Flaming Destroyer basic attack build with the Digitus. And see, this is only if the Digitus triggers the bone, not the bone, but the Firestarter. If the Digitus doesn't trigger the Firestarter, I'm not gonna do it with Digitus, and I'm gonna do it with the Great Sword and see how it works. But yeah, I wanna test such a build. I've not done enough basic attack builds, and I have to do more. I really liked my sharpshooter with the electrodes. Can't wait to find out some other interesting basic attack builds on the normally ranged heroes. And shoulders. Wait, do I need this right now? Fuck it, let's get the arc powered shoulders. You shouldn't get attached to arc powered shoulders and skittering shoulders though. Don't get attached, they're gonna change and they're gonna give you a skill to put in your skill bar. So unless you have room in your skill bar, you're gonna have to sacrifice them and use something else. Or sacrifice a skill to be able to use them. Which is okay. It's making a tough choice. When you wanna use those items, you're gonna have to make tough choices. And it improves the build variety. Increases the amounts of builds you can make considering the choices you have to make for those things. So it's not necessarily a terrible thing. In fact, many people might really love it, the way it's changing. But in most of my builds I was suggesting using arc powered shoulders or the skittering or maybe both. So I'm gonna have to write up when the change comes for people to know that that it's changed.
Your pet has arrived.
Wasting time says we can. I missed this comment. Sorry. We can make a try if you have a bit of patience with my whack. I can't get past first act boss. I can try and help you on the first act boss. Just invite me whenever you need help and tell me on what difficulty, and I can try and help you with that boss. I mean, It's not gonna take forever for me with my gear to help you on the first act boss. They should let us do something to our own monuments after we've reached max level. It's not reasonable to only use Goblin Fury, High Bit Paste and Gizmos in other people's forts when you've maxed them out. You should be able to, once you've maxed it out, give those to get the buff for yourself from your own fort, especially for single player players. People who are playing solo, consider them. But yeah, wasting time, if you're still there and you still need help, let me know. I can do this map and join you, or just leave the map and go and help you. I will do this one because maybe it's gonna be easier on the drops. But yeah, most likely I'm just gonna have to use my level 13 helmet when making the build video. Oh, I forgot to unskill. Well, I can't unskill it for now, so might as well play with that skill unskill bar. Is it just me, or does this look like extreme close-up? Maybe just the map is too high. Since I'm using Venomous Maw, let me try something.
You can't cast that.
Might as well, right? You know, when in Rome. I guess the same applies to when using a Mayhem skill, might as well put the egg on. Am I done with this map? Oh, I'm done with this map. I might go and just finish the boss. Gamer says, is that a level in the challenge? What is the difference? And the difference is you get more monster damage, more monster HP and more monster speed. Monster HP stops at 220% and I've already reached it. Monster speed, I'm not sure what the limit is, 40%, 30%? Have I reached that monster speed?
You can't use that skill.
And the monster damage, I'm not sure exactly at what number it stops, but it stops around maybe 2 point something percent damage or something like that. 7,000, not enough to gamble. I need at least 20k. I mean, I can go ahead and sell all the low level legendaries I've got, or all the fire starters and snake sticks and stuff. But yeah, 100 gold coins for a legendary is very underwhelming. If they gave me 1000 gold coins for a legendary, or 500, I would have been selling a lot of the legendaries I find, the shitty snake sticks. And I wouldn't mind finding a snake stick every now and then, because I would know it's 500 gold or 1000 gold, which I can use to gamble a couple of times and get a couple of white items. But yeah, let's see.
You say that now.
Uniques, but it's undead. Damn, this is so risky. Undead with electric. The chances of this map being broken are very high, so I'm just gonna go for this one. It's spiders, but at least it's fire, so maybe it's not that broken. Last epoch, a new update to the Mac support. Just got that notification. But it's weird that even now in 2020 there's places in developed countries like UK, USA, Canada, etc., places where the connection speed is tragic. Like internet connection and lagging is very tragic. Like there's just no good infrastructure in some places, even in those big developed countries. And then you have small, less developed countries with just a few million population, where even in some of the shitty villages, the small villages, there's some cheap, decent internet you can get. Good find. Very good find for a white item. For a green item. 4.8k defense, yeah, not much, but 865 damage. So the monster speed keeps getting up, so 25 is not the limit, I guess. I think the limit is around 50%, or maybe 60% was the limit. In any case, I'm probably never gonna find out, because I don't feel like pushing until level 100. Someone said that level 100 is when it stops giving you extra stats to the enemies in the Fazir. Cosmic boots, okay. Finally replacing the level 33 boots with something with actual defense. Even getting some evasion in the mix. Can't say this is a bad thing. Alright. I'm not dying easily. I'm thinking of actually keeping that 1 point into Venomous Maw instead of a 1 point into Poison Owl. I mean, Poison Owl gives me defense and it's not bad. but it only works fine when I actually have the defense to increase, which I still don't. And that's strange actually. I've got pretty okay high level items, yet my defense is pretty bad still. Some of my defense, not all, but some of the defense are still pretty bad. Mostly the physical and electrical. But this is not socketed, this is not socketed, this is not socketed, and this is not socketed. So I've only got 2 socketed defensive items. If it wasn't for my shield, I would have been pretty squishy. Cause that's like 14,000 plus defense I can lose. You can see the diminishing returns with defense. Well, let's finish this map. But at least I got one of the items. I mean, it's not the gauntlet, it's not the helmet, but yeah, it's still an upgrade. In the end, I might have to be swatting the helmet. That's how it might be. That reminds me. Wait. I've forgotten. I was not wearing my cosmic breastplate, and my damage was. Oh, when did I remove my breastplate? Such a big miss. Such a big miss. And I've been playing for a long time, not realizing I've forgotten to put the cosmic breastplate. I was wondering what's happening, why certain things are. Why I'm not triggering this damage reduction, and I was expecting the damage to be better. Maybe I can go back to ridiculous soon to see. And the best thing they can do to the spiderlings is to add ranged spiderlings. Ranged spiderlings that use that same spitting poison attack. This would make the spiderlings so powerful that people would really wanna invest into them. Even for ridiculous builds. If you give them ranged attacks and let them shoot like the ranged spiders that the enemies do. Those poison missiles. In fact, maybe at a script that every like every time a spider spawns, there's like 30 or 40% that spider could be ranged, or maybe 20% that the spider will be ranged. Because right now melee, as I said in the beginning of my stream, melee summons are kind of like a chicken without a head. They're just running around, spilling butt everywhere. Let's see. Come on, game. Did I make my fort too full of items again? I mean, I tried to keep my fort with as least as possible decorations, so it's loading quicker. But maybe I put too much stuff again. I definitely didn't overdo it like a few weeks ago. See, 158 out of 500 prop limit. Yet there's still those slow loading times sometimes. If only we could have fort loadouts. Imagine having fort loadouts. So you can click a button here that lets you switch between Fort 1 and Fort 2 and Fort 3. And let's say I'm doing endgame. I would only keep my fucking Fazir and the tree and the enchanter and the storage. Nothing else. And then optimize my loading times that way. And then when I decide to do something else, I can switch to the other fort. So it's not loading that slow then anymore. Not that quick then. Right, let's see here. This is getting replaced. What's happening to Fox? Torchlight Fox, the moderator, has been constantly starting and exiting and starting and exiting his game. I'm wondering if he's having problems with Steam or something. Not sure if you guys have watched him. He streams every now and then. Very cool guy. If you see him streaming, Torchlight Fox, I do recommend checking him out. He's very knowledgeable. He's a moderator in the official Discord. So most likely he has more knowledge than me even about certain things. But yeah, I'm constantly seeing him. Fox is now playing Torchlight 3. Then few seconds later again, Fox is playing Torchlight 3. Maybe he's testing the test server. It is an NVMe drive. I have a PCI Express 6 NVMe drive. PCI Express 4. Gigabyte Aorus PCI Express 4 on a Gigabyte Aorus motherboard. So you can see, if you're on my Twitch, you can see my configuration. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just copy paste which one it is. Let me quickly go to my stream channel. I'm gonna copy paste so you can see which SSD I'm using. And the game is installed on this SSD. So it's not the best it's not the best storage, but and not the best motherboard. It's actually pretty budget motherboard, but yeah, it's actually installed on this motherboard with this SSD. I mean, I've got another SSD for other things, such as my raw footage, which I edit, and I've got the regular SSD for my system, SATA SSD, and I've got an HDD for some other shit, for old things like downloads, movies and things like that, and for old games. But yeah, I've got the PCI Express 4 SSD, and some things load quickly, but some things load super slow. And it's not a matter of SSD, it's not a matter of your computer. Some of the loading screens are how do I say it, bottlenecked by the server. If I play in single player and not in multiplayer, it's probably gonna be super quick. I might check it. I've never tested single player, but in single player everything's probably gonna be lightning fast when it comes to loading. And the biggest problem is the server is not it's not using all my internet, so it's not a matter of internet speed, it's about how quickly the server is processing certain things and relaying that information to us, I guess. Because the way the server works is it tries to keep your location, it tries to keep the it tries to keep it's called spinning up zones. There was a write-up that Jordan did back when the game started early access and there were problems with the server, but it tries to keep track of your last 2 or 3 maps or 1.5 maps or something like that. So let's say it keeps track of my current map, of my previous map and the map before that. And whenever I switch maps, it tries to spin up a new zone and then keep track of the new zone and maybe delete some of the information of some of the older zones. Maybe this is what's slowing down those things. I'm not a specialist, I'm not an engineer, a network engineer, but if people want to know how the game works, you can try and look some of the older posts, the post-mortem around the start of early access in June. So late June, early July, you can look for some of those team posts from there. And there's an interesting explanation regarding how the netcode operates in this game. And Wouter Peter, thank you very much, Wouter, for following me, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Appreciate the help.
You can't use that skill.
It's 11:15 p.m. I'm probably gonna stay until midnight, so maybe another 45 minutes. But yeah, in single player the loading times are super quick, people have told me. You can blink and the game would load quicker than you blink sometimes if you're playing single player. And thanks to all the people watching my channel and my streams. Once I sort out my Google stuff, so I can get my Google money, I will upgrade my PC. I will buy a new case and maybe buy new extra memory before starting to save up for 3070 for Christmas. So again, thank you very much people for watching my videos, for watching my streams. Just that means a lot to me as a content creator. I'm just having problems with Google. Google, the way it operates here, in order for you to get paid from Google AdSense, you need to verify your address, and they have to send you a PIN code in your mail. And mine didn't arrive. Maybe it did arrive, maybe there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood playing around, so maybe someone is looking and opening mailboxes and things like that and taking other people's mail. In any case, maybe it got lost in the posting service, but yeah, I told them to send me another one and change the box in the mailbox. but yeah, that's kind of how it works. So soon maybe I'm gonna upgrade my PC case and be able to use my camera, because right now I can only use my camera in 720 and in 30 FPS, and it's a camera that supports 1080 60 FPS. And normally when I stream I'm probably gonna use 720 60 FPS because we don't need the 1080 full screen. The 1080, you don't need to see my 1080 resolution in the little corner there. But yeah, I can't use this because right now I'm using, to use my camera right now, I'm using the PCI Express extension card. And that's not a very smart way to do it. So I'm gonna keep that one for backup and not use it, because it's just gonna be reducing other things and drawing power that I don't want it drawing. So with my new PC case, I would have a USB-C cable going to the front of the case, and that should allow me to use my camera properly with the right resolution. But yeah, again, thanks to anyone who's watching right now and in general watching my build videos and my streams and my other videos. It's not just builds that I upload. This build, if I get those 2 items I'm trying to get, or at least 1 item, will be coming tomorrow as a build video. I don't want to rush it and make it as a build video, but maybe the way it is right now it's good enough. But again, I have pretty shitty gear, apart from the weapon, and from maybe... what else is this? And this is not bad. This is kind of okay. But here I want the cosmic helmet, and here I want the cosmic gloves. But I can live with those gloves. But I really want the cosmic helmet here. And I really want those legs, or better one here, if I get the helmet. But even right now I think the build is fine. I can go to Ridiculous. I was playing Ridiculous, I just got bored of Ridiculous and the bad drop rates. And since I switched to normal, I've been getting so many more items. Not this. Not this. Not this. Right, cow. Let's see if I missed any comments. Okay, the last comment was from wasting time. You're welcome, Struck. And thank you again, wasting time. I read your message. What other message? Sorry, I wasn't here. Heard you said something about make a party to help you on... Yeah, I did say something about making a party to help you on the last boss. And yeah, thank you for pinging me again, so I can read back that message. I was just checking if I missed some messages. Alright, let me finish this map and go ahead and help you. And I can do something more. I can even give you some waypoints for the next act, for Act 2. I can give you all the waypoints for Act 2, so later when you're doing Act 2 you can just skip ahead. Or even take you on some maps. I can take you on some map for exporters. Just let me know what difficulty you wanna do. And I'm gonna rush the boss now of this map. And we can kill that boss for you. Even with the lagging, when something's stuck and needs pushing, I can try and help. Okay, let me know what difficulty to change on. By the way, is there anyone that knows about memory speeds and motherboards? Because I'm wondering what memory speed would be good for my motherboard and for my chipset and everything. Because after a certain point, I guess it's overkill, and I'm not gonna reach the speed that my memory stick would have if I get one of the fastest memory speeds with some good timings and everything like that. I'm wondering what speed I should go for if I buy new memory sticks, because new memory sticks would definitely help me with rendering quickly in Premiere and After Effects. I'm wondering if anyone out there knows what's a good speed. Yeah, but Raikao, I'm not in ridiculous. I was in normal. I can show you how I'm in ridiculous, so just keep in mind, Bane Sharpshooter is squishy, and pets don't do much damage. Pets in fact do pretty shitty damage. The only thing that does good damage is not pet, minion, pardon me, pets are not minions, minions are not pets in this game. Yeah, the only minion that seems to do a ton of damage is the train, and that's it. That's pretty much it when it comes to minions and damage. Alright, wasting time. Is he even in the game? Am I blind, or is he not in the game?
Your pet has returned.
Wow, when did I get so many people in my friends list? This is a new Steam account. This Steam account, I think it hasn't been 2 years since I made it. I guess streaming and adding viewers. I didn't know I had such a long list. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just typing something on Steam chat. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, wasting time says don't worry, he's going to sleep. Okay, wasting time is going to sleep. Well, yeah, just make sure everything's fine. I hope you're fine. I mean, I don't mind helping you. I just asked earlier and you probably weren't here when I asked and then I missed your message. But yeah, anytime you want help, ask, because look at that. I keep my chat in game disabled. So if you type something in game, I'm not gonna see it. Because I just keep clicking on my chat. If someone writes something like a whisper message in game, and I just don't like this chat being able to click on it by accident. But yeah, just one more message to whoever else, and yeah, wasting time. Whenever you wanna team up, let me know, and enjoy your sleep. Good night to you. I'm gonna have a little bit more. I'm gonna stream for another like half an hour. It's a Friday night. In just a moment. Okay, done. So I'm doing quite well. Hope plague bearer. Oh, can he become invisible by the way? I'm wondering. Yeah, I can go to ridiculous after this match. Just so you can see how much damage I can do in ridiculous. See, my damage is okay, but on ridiculous it will be 30% of this damage. So if I'm doing up to 400,000, because the highest hit I've seen was 400,000, when I stack all the damage bonuses, I'm only going to be actually doing what, 30% of 400,000, that's what, 60,000? So 60,000, it's not great damage honestly, but again, that's without this one on me. So much defense. Yeah, let's go back to ridiculous now. I'm just farming on normal because it gives me better. I don't know if it gives me better chance to find gear, but I've noticed much more drops on normal than ridiculous. So there's either some bug with ridiculous, or the RNG is just it's just getting better whenever I switch randomly. It could be totally unrelated, but I'm not the only person that's saying the same, that on ridiculous they get less drops than on the other difficulties. Oh, Berserk Crusher, not bad. Yeah, Railmaster minion damage train build is super strong. It's in fact it's one of the meta builds right now. If you gear it well and if you play it well, if you're a good player and your build is top notch when it comes to synergizing, you're gonna see some amazing damage. And Flaming Destroyer is also very strong for train builds. But over there the damage is not gonna come from minion damage, it's gonna come from the Flaming Destroyer things as well. I mean, Flamethrower car aside, Flamethrower car is super strong. Flamethrower car, shotgun car with the shotgunner shoot and doom pipe, those are just amazing things to have. Regardless of what type of a train build you're doing. They're just pretty decent. Okay. Yeah, let's see what's here.
Your pet has arrived.
Oh, I was hoping for fit. Wow, that's some dungeons right there. Wouldn't have been my choice. Let's get hacking.
Did I get a Respectacle? Still no Respectacle, eh? I'm gonna have to play with Venomous Maw for a while. Actually, no, I'm gonna remove Venomous Maw and remove the Jag of Mayhem. Come on, game. Load up, load up. Oh, I've already removed the Jag of Mayhem, that's nice. So, yeah. Just need to remove this and put this. Miasma is, right now Miasma is broken and gives you fighter spirit. Another thing that will get fixed soon. So you look at that. I'm getting fighter spirit without using melee attacks. That's even without using Miasma, so that's from Hammer Spin, but let's wait for this to disappear. Okay, see, now I'm not gonna use melee attacks, I'm just gonna use Miasma. Boom, fighter spirit. It's broken. I'm not playing this because this is broken. I just wanted to show people a proper Bane Train build that's different than my minion-based Bane Train build, where I wasn't using the train as much as I was using the other summons. So a more meta kind of setup with the skills, that's what I wanted to show people. You can see it's killing people, and that's on stage 44 on Ridiculous. It's doing solid damage. But of course, I'm using a solid damage weapon, 8,400. This can go close to 9,000 something. 9,200 is probably reachable if you get a high roll on a certain weapon. War 187, sure. I wouldn't mind some co-op. The more the merrier. Oh, he has reached 100 and something. Nice. Another Bane Train in the team. Oh, he's actually not doing Bane Train, he's doing Flaming Destroyer Sword Smash build. Nice, I love Sword Smash builds. I just love Sword Smash builds. Smashing Mayhem builds. Is this a slammer build? Or oh no, he has a train as well. Or am I misseeing things? Seems like a slammer build. Mayhem Slammer build. Yeah, that's my kind of build. That's the type of Railmasters I like playing. Actually, my next Railmaster I level up was going to be something like this. Sword Smash, basic attack, Slammer build. With a water flaming destroyer point, probably 44 or 45 points in the flaming destroyer is what I'm thinking of putting. Because this will be maximizing the summoning smash by doing those basic attacks to keep that relic energy up with Energizer, and having those sword smashes, it would be just so strong. Drak, welcome back Drak, nice to see you again Drak. Nice. How do I get this filled up? Yeah, co-op definitely helps with having a little bit of extra gear up.
You can't cast that here.
Another cave breaker, cause yeah.
You can't cast that.
Yes. Oh, I get shocked. Thankfully it's not my flamethrower card that got shocked.
You can't do that.
So here, I'll push a little further.
You can't cast that spell here.
Nice. Okay, he has two types of burning. One of the burning just has like 1 second there, the other one has 4 seconds. Pretty weird with those types of burning being different. So you can figure out which burning is which. One of the burning comes from one of the skills, the other burning is coming from just chance to burn. Probably from the passive or from a weapon. Yeah, war, pretty fun build you've made. Exactly my type of Railmaster build, without a train, with a lot of smashing and with the Egg of Mayhem.
You can't cast that here.
Let's go this way.
You can't do that here.
Let's keep moving this way. Yeah, it's nice to see two different Railmasters in the same team. This definitely demonstrates the variety of builds. Having one no-train Railmaster with the Flaming Destroyer in a team with a Bane-based train build. You can see how two classes can play and feel completely different on the screen right now. What about the audio? Drak, what about the audio? Is the volume not too loud of the game or of my mic? I can move my mic a little closer. I mean, that's how I would sound if I talk right next to my mic. But yeah, I'm a little bit further from the mic. Maybe let's keep the mic like... Just a moment. I'm gonna move it. Let's move it around here, maybe a little closer to me. Maybe I can talk like this now, and just reduce a little bit the volume, maybe like this. That should be fine. Yeah, okay. I've got like 15 more minutes before I'm done streaming, because it's 11:44 p.m. So yeah, let's see. But you're probably hearing me breathing if I'm this close to the mic. That's why I kind of had it on the side. So yeah, just a moment. Maybe like this. Maybe like this won't be too bad. Okay, let's exit this map. I'm gonna play a little bit more with the new equipment tomorrow to try and figure out the best location for my mic and the best settings. Okay, let's start a new one.
Your pet has returned.
Can't move. Okay, now I can move. 45. Stormbringer.
Think they made a cutscene for that one?
Thinking of the Stormbringer Infamous. That might be the better option. Skitter, 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 skitter. Okay. So far so good. If only I had a melee weapon, I just don't like this ranged pistol. Hope it drops a good melee weapon. I mean, I've got a good mace, I've got a really decent mace, but it's in my Railmaster, not Railmaster, in my sharpshooter wardrobe. One of the good maces is equipped by the sharpshooter, the other one is in one of the wardrobes. I just wanna do swashy with the one-handed sword. For a moment I thought I saw a legendary dropping, but no. False alarm. Come on, come on. All this shock. All this knockback. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty quick with the two of us. Definitely much more fun playing in a team here. But that's the thing. This game is just designed in such a way where playing in a co-op is much better than playing solo. Even with the reduction to how much damage you do to enemies when there's more people in the team. Considering the buffs you give each other and considering the effects you're stacking on an enemy and the vulnerabilities you can stack if you're playing different classes. Let's say you stack Goose with the vulnerability from Sonic Pulse, with the vulnerability from Blasting Charge, and then you have a Disc Mage with Consecration. You can stack a ton of DPS increase for the whole team by having one of each. I think the best team would actually be one of each, so you can stack all the different sources of damage. And for the Railmaster it's gonna be so good if you have Dark Spears or Holy Fury on a Mage, or Tight Grouping on a Sharpshooter, or Rizzy on a Sharpshooter again. To swow some things. Right now there's a bug and you can't swow bosses with affixes, only with skill, so Spike Drive really would help on a Railmaster. Even if it's single pointing to Spike Drive, that would really help you get a lot of DPS on bosses. And I'm not talking about champions, I'm talking about the real bosses, the map bosses. And my teammate has Spike Drive, so he's actually helping me do more damage on bosses with that Spike Drive when he uses it on them. Come on, let's see. I'm gonna wait for him here and sort out my inventory in the meantime. Boom. Melted. Might get that fame. How much fame did I get? 175. I think we've got time for one more map. One more map before I would need to go. But it's almost midnight here, it's understandable. So should I make a build video for this one tomorrow? I'm missing one Respectacle. Let's optimize this now. Just get that Respectacle and put it in the right place. Just a moment. Just a moment. Come on, Respectacle. Seriously, 1 point. The build is still not ready, and my ideal setup would have the helmet here, and this one would be unequipped, and maybe instead of this I would have the gauntlets. But I can just put that in the video, I guess. Okay, let's get that Spectacle and put it in Busting Charge for the tier 2 bonus. Energizer is still not a bad thing, I can put that point into Energizer, but I'd much rather put it for tier 2 Busting Charge. So let's remove this, I was experimenting earlier, and let's put it over here. Now we've got a little bit more defensive stuff. Okay, let's start the next map. Um, 46. I'm gonna do this one. I like the Hivit maps, they're pretty straightforward. They've kind of removed a lot of the Hivit maps from rotation. There were a lot more Mapworks maps from the Hivit before the dungeon even existed, back in the alpha and beta days, when you could buy Mapworks portals. We used to have some of those open area Hivit layouts, where there was a lot of backtracking. I actually like those because there were a ton of monsters on those maps and they were pretty long to do. So they were pretty decent, honestly. Alright. Look at how many. Wow, I'm surprised I'm surviving with my shitty defenses. Although it is corked, so I have to be careful. My potion is kind of double cooldown. Yeah, defenses are bad right now for me, but one of the defenses which is highest I think is the poison. Yeah, 66. Actually my fire is a little bit higher. Still, I consider good defense above 65, ideally 70+% damage reduction. And you can reach it without wife binding your items. With wife bound items you can probably reach, I'm not sure how much you can reach, maybe 80%? Is there a cap even on this? That's another good question for me to ask the developers, if there is a cap on defenses, not on damage reduction, but on damage reduction from resists, from the armor. No, wait, never mind. I thought my train was gone for a moment. Must have been a delay. Okay. Oh, greeny green. And Nerd Gamer GR says it's weekend, that's why you don't end the stream. No, it's not weekend. See, I've got family members visiting me from abroad. but they're now in a different city. visiting other family members. And while those family members are visiting, that's probably gonna last until December. I end my stream around 10:30 because they go to bed early. And yeah, they're in the room next door and I'm facing exactly their room, so my voice is traveling pretty easily to reach them. But since they're not in the city now, I can stream until like midnight, which is my normal streaming hours. My normal streaming hours are until midnight, half past midnight. It's 11:56 here. But yeah, until probably early middle December, I will have my family members from the US and from Canada who are visiting, staying with us here. So yeah, that's why for the past month or so, when I've been streaming, I've been ending around 10:30 p.m. Alright, let's keep moving. And Frotman, thank you very much for following me on Twitch. Welcome to the Sport Club to you. And really appreciate that follow. Feel free to ask any more questions. This is my last map for the day. So if you have some questions, now is a perfect time to ask them before I go. If anything's not clear. There we go. Nankiank is asking which relic would you suggest for the forged class? Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. See, I've got a build called Smashing Mayhem. Smashing Mayhem is pretty similar to the build that my teammate is playing right now. Although I need to check some of the screenshots, but basically you would want to have max level Summoning Smash, you would want to have max level Sword Smash, and I didn't have this in the build, but you would want to have the basic attack. Because back when I made it, this basic attack that every relic has wasn't as strong. So you would want to max out this one, and you would want to max out Energizer. And then you would probably want the 10% relic energy recharge from one of your passives. Then you would want 25% damage to burning enemies from the tier 2 passive of Co-Launch. And maybe you might want to use Vortex Bomb and maybe servo-driven uppercut for building heat. But yeah, your main damage will be from the relic. Or you can do my Shocknado Vortex. Shocknado Vortex is pretty fun. Keep in mind, Forged is a little bit slow, and in the first few levels it's gonna feel slow. It's not gonna feel strong enough, and you might feel kind of discouraged if you play on Ridiculous, if you start from Ridiculous and never switch difficulty. It's kind of like a weak link, but the developers are already working on ways of improving Forged, on reworking the Forged. So that is coming soon. No idea exactly when, but for all we know, it might be in a month, it might be with the next patch, which is next week, which I doubt. I doubt they've reworked it this quickly. If they did, good job. If they didn't, we're patient, at least I am. When it comes to the Forged, I'd rather them rework it once and for good, instead of having to rework it multiple times. And thank you, War187, for the team. I'm hoping you can hear me, but just in case, I will type in chat. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So yeah, thanks everyone, keep it cool. Keep it cool. Until next time, thanks for watching, and if you have some questions and you write them in the chat, I'm still here and I can see them and I can answer those. But yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream. Until next time, and good night, good evening from me, or good day if it's day where you are. And thank you as well for the follow, Swai Kopa. I hope I didn't mispronounce this. So yeah, again, goodbye, thanks for watching, and keep it cool.